Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, October the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know. Thank you, William. And maybe somebody in YouTube, just let me know you can hear me and see my screen. So the CPI number came out at 5:30. Market react. I didn't even look at what the number was. It doesn't really matter. I'm just looking at what the market reaction is. And so far, not good. Still, the SPY is up a little bit, but too bad because the SPY was actually ripping ahead of those numbers. A lot happening. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Pepe and Pioneer. A lot happening this morning. We're seeing a flurry of these little ones too. These like a BCEL. I think the SOPA earlier. Um, what was another one? There was another one that was popping. All these stocks are starting around 20 odd cents, popping up. This one almost got to $1. BCEL almost got to $1. Don't know if there's any news on this one. I can't see any specific news on it. Anyway, so yeah, there are some earnings plays. Let's take a look at some of the earnings plays right now. Fast is an earnings play. And this is a nice gap up for it so far. Uh, actually pretty, yeah, it's over this daily high, these daily highs over here. Then you have the weekly highs to contend with, which aren't too far away really, around $59. So that could stall right there. Guys are mentioning DAL, Delta. I have no faith in these. I'll be honest. I have no faith that there's going to be any sort of, once the market opens, they're going to trend higher. But we'll have to see. Have to wait and see, really. Coming into what I think could be some resistance anyway, right around the 37.50 level. CMC is an earnings play. CMC is an earnings play. This is a gapping down on earnings, and there's a pretty big gap down actually. Next low looking left on the weekly chart looks like right around the 44 level. So it's got about maybe $1.50 or so until that low on the weekly chart, CMC. And another one that I saw was Infy, INFY. And INFY, now that could be really interesting. Look at this, it's gapped down through the 200-day moving average, that blue line on my daily chart. That is a 200-day moving average, so it's gapped way down. And the next low looking left is 1671. What? So it's almost there. It's a little misleading. 1672, and it's at 1686 right now. So it's almost at that low on the daily chart. So some of the smaller ones that are moving, SECO. So there are a lot of these low flow China stocks that are moving. I'm not sure I saw any news on SECO. Oh, that's a huge move. Obviously, 500. There had to be some news. Almost to me, it looks like this was a reverse split. Is it possible this is a reverse split? I don't see any news on this. At least the other one, TPST, had some news when it did its craziness. Maybe somebody can help me on that one. I just can't see any specific news for SCCO. All this happened after hours also. And I'm looking at our news. I don't see anything. We have a receipt of minimum bid price notice, but that is, way back. Yeah, I don't see that it's a reverse split. But on absolutely no news, this is, I mean, we've seen the craziness. And by the way, I just want to talk about the TPST yesterday. Notice that in after hours, notice how crazy it traded after hours with no halts. And I don't care how many times anybody wants to explain to me. Sorry, that's TPST. That, stocks don't get halted in the pre-market nor after hours. But I mean, this was going absolutely crazy up and down. And it got halted how many times? I think was a record during the pre-market during the market hours. Anyway, that was just what I noticed yesterday after hours. OPGN, another cheap one. Big, big move up. OPGN. Okay, has this okay, I have to look and see. I mean, this looks like the same as Seco. OPGN on flights for potential deal. Talks on a potential deal with who? With what? Okay, anyway, I guess there is some news for OPGN. TAOP, that was the one I was thinking of. TAOP, another super cheap one, under $1. I'm sorry, it was another one I was thinking of. But anyway, this got up to 350, right back down to 250, still up 24%. The general theme seems to be low float China. Okay, low float China. This is a big gap down, guys. INMD. INMD. Give me one moment. Yeah, INMD, a big gap down here, big gap down. I mean, it's been a little choppy action over the last few days, but look at this big gap down. Our lower after, okay, the stock is trading lower after they issued Q3 guidance. Okay, so they don't actually release earnings until October 26th, but they're kind of preconditioning the market that it's not going to be good. So that is the reason for it. This may as well be an earnings release, INMD. And this ACXP just continues to climb. A great run. I mean, look at this. This is a $1 stock about 2 weeks ago, maybe 470 now. GTH. I think this is the small one I was thinking of. GTH. Yeah, another well, actually, it's not a low float. 83 million in the float. So this is not a low float China, but it's China. GTH. Up to the company set to go private. Oh, okay, so they're going to go private in a $126 million deal. Okay, so that's GTH. BS. This is okay. Another low priced one. I mean, 22 cents up to 95 cents. Lots and lots of volume. Pulled back a lot now. I remember that, PJ. I do actually remember that. And this is a little buyout, BSQR. It's a buyout. In case you're wondering why I'm not talking about it, this flatlining right across going to be bought out, as is well a potential. I don't know if it's not nothing is set in stone. Of course, LL submits a proposal. Okay, so it submits a proposal. Live Ventures for 585 a share. Okay, and that is for LL. Somebody said, well, why isn't it 585? Well, first of all, a lot can happen between now and if it ever happens. All right, let's see if there's anything interesting in terms of the upgrades and downgrades this morning. What I'm looking for is some analyst that has put a pretty lofty price target on a stock. such that the current price is well below the price target. Not seeing anything yet. Let's take a look at Target. Out of curiosity, I want to see what the price of Target is right now. TGT, $111. Okay, so JP Bank of America has put $135 price target on Target, raising it from 120 to 135, and that's Target TGT. So might get some action out of Target today. And let's take a look at some of the downgrades. Oh my goodness. To take a look at this one, I'm going to keep you guys in suspense. This is not the one I'm talking about, but I want to see what the price of this JKHY is right now. JKHY. Goldman has downgraded it, and it is it's they downgraded it to 140. All right, let's take a look at the one that is standing out for me. Let's take a look at Beyond Meat. Yeah, it's well, Wolf has downgraded this to $12 $5. Wow. I'm sorry, Mizuho has downgraded it to $5 from 12 originally, down to 5 for Beyond Meat. You can see right here. Stocks will underperform and reiterates buy on Oatly and Sunopta, okay? But target price of Oatly was reduced to 4 from 7. Anyway, Beyond Meat. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors to see what's happening. So the market is still mildly positive, okay, even though we've had that huge, we've had a bunch of almost 45 minutes straight down, well, half an hour straight down, but the market is still mildly positive. Click on new from our toolbar, then dock channel bar, and then scroll down to show more and get down to my sector status. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy, 100% in green. What does it mean? It means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. Consumer staples, look at this, 93%, tech, 85%. So yeah, we're in for a modest open, but I wouldn't hold my breath that it's going to remain above yesterday's close for the SPY much longer. Want to take a look at a couple of the ones that were very close to the 200-day moving averages. Let's take a look at this. Is going to be really interesting. Tomorrow we get some of the big banks releasing. I'm sorry, this is discretionary. So discretionary is starting to move away. Want to look at XLF from the 200-day moving average. Some of the big banks are releasing, well, all next week, and certainly a few of them tomorrow also. So that'll be interesting to see what sort of releases they come out with, and can they challenge that 200-day moving average again? Materials was the one I think I was interested in. See, I think it was pretty close. It was other interior. No, I think it was industrials and XLI. So XLI now is above the 200-day moving average and moving away, moving a little bit on top of that 200-day moving average. Take a look at retail, XRT. Yeah, retail is still kind of suffering, still well below that 200-day moving average. There's something of that Ryan Cohen in trouble. Oh no, okay, that's not, I'm sorry, that's not Ryan Cohen. That's the CEO, Aaron. I don't know who he is. Okay. He was the victim of a blackmail plot. I'm not sure that's going to affect AMC that much. So there it is, guys. Tomorrow in US and Canada, 1 day early access. What does that mean? That mean it's going to be today? Yeah, on Thursday. Okay, so early access to the Taylor Swift concert in AMC theater. I don't know how many other. I don't know if Cinemax and the other ones are going to be in there also. Yeah. Okay. Cinemark and Cineplex in Canada. So all the major chains are going to be airing this Taylor Swift concert. Not live, of course. It was filmed, but it's going to be on. And upcoming ones, if it seems like it's going to be a pretty good success. And then there are plans to do the same thing with Beyonce. I'm not a Swiftie. I'm not a Swiftie. Just know the news. That's all I do. I mean, I have nothing against her, but I'm not a Swiftie. No. All right, guys. Let's see. Anything else creeping in here? So this Logimark LGMK. Don't see any news. Again, we're in this cycle again of seeing stocks popping and no news. No news that I can see anyway. No headlines that I can see quickly. My I don't know if that's Polish or what that is not very good, so I can't tell what that news is. I could not name one song. For I could probably recognize if I heard it and say, "Oh, okay, I sort of know that song," but I could not name one song. Boy, this BCE oh, okay, that actually, I thought it was back up to 99 cents, so it is not. So WBA, yeah, so this is an earnings play also. Somebody mentioned that one. It's not showing up for me. Ah, I know why. It would show up right now, but it would my don't have too many tough filters on my pre-market act is up and down. Has to be at least up 3% or down 3%. And I can see now WBA is up 3.1%. So it would be showing up here right at the very, very bottom, probably somewhere. But yeah, WBA is but you know, if this market continues like this, and we have now, yeah, we're barely positive now, barely positive in the SPY. That's too bad. That was a great run pre-market in the SPY. We're completely giving it up now. I know nobody seems to be able to find any news on Seco. I can't find any. William couldn't find any. It's insane that there's no news at all. It's up 700%. Way through the 200-day. I actually thought maybe it was a reverse split that wasn't accounted for, but it's not a reverse split. So I have no idea. I mean, the next high. I mean, could this be at least TPST yesterday? I mean, had some news. Okay. I mean, whether that news warranted the increase, of course not. But at least it had some news. I don't see any news on Seco. Why is Seco up? Let's take a look at what they say. Yeah, yeah. No news. No news that anybody can find, guys. Oh, yeah. I'm sure there's some group somewhere. The news is it's China and it's low float. That's your news. Who's what stock are you talking about, Rolex? For Weibo marked it for earnings. What stock are you talking about? Not Seco. Really? Well, we don't have any earnings data at all. Usually, what that means is that it's too far out. I think we only go up about 60 days or something. But well, I'll tell you what. Time is it right now? 9:24. I have a little bit of time, so let me just go to FinViz just for fun to see if they have. I haven't been to FinViz for a while. Okay. Yeah, FinViz has no information about when their earnings is either. So I'm not saying Webull is wrong. So yeah, so Delta, Fast, WBA, and CMC are all earnings plays, and LL is a potential buyout. Those are the ones that Real is looking at. Hmm. Well, I mean, it's possible they're right. I mean, it is possible, but anyway, we'll have to see what happens once this opened. It got up to 380 in the after hours yesterday, so this started ripping after hours. And yeah, it might be just one of these sympathy plays with TPST. All right, guys, we're getting close to the open, about 4 minutes or so, 3.5 minutes to the open. Now, typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. The WBA is still, I mean, my bias has to be, depending on what the market does, has to be fading some of these. WBA is coming up into 23.96 is the next high looking left on the daily. And the airliners, I don't know. I just don't have any faith that the airliners are going to continue. But Delta has earnings. Nice, like a nice move for it. But coming into the next high is very close to it. 37.38. What did it get up to? What was the high this morning? 37.40. So it actually got right into that high. 37.33 is the next high. Oh, you're right. I mean, look, I mean, of course, WBA, I mean, it is moving really well, actually, with that float, 714 million in the float. That's a big move from 23 to 24 almost with that float. Yeah, so both Fast and WBA, a couple of earnings plays, they're moving. Fast coming into maybe, well, actually, it looks like it's a little bit above, right at the high there. 58 76, 58. So it's above the highs on that weekly chart right now. The next high in the weekly chart is 60.72. So an INFY though probably is moving down, right? Yeah, INFY is an earnings play moving down. Less than a minute, guys, to the open. So INFY earnings play moving down. I wish it had more room. When I look left, there's all sorts of areas where it could find a little bit of support, but look at that. What a breakdown through the 200-day moving average for our INFY. One moment, please. All right, guys, we are now open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. We're now open. I should have taken this in my real account. This DRS, and this is just in the simulator. I've kept this for about 4 days now. So there's fast guys, Seco. There's the Seco, SECO. Again, super early, super early. Well, look at ARM, guys. Look at ARM. Recent IPO. Again, I'm just too conservative, but look at the alert we had. 23.78 for INMD. 23.78, $23 now. I just don't like taking these this early, but wow, that is just really gapping down now. INMD. And I mean really gapping down. It's not technically it's not an earnings play, but it may as well be. They've issued their guidance. They don't release until October 26th, but they've issued guidance and it's not good. I mean, the next low on the weekly looks around like 21.78. Seco halted, yeah, on the way down. So much for that. So far, anyway. Seco just halted, yes, on the way down. SECO, I'm talking about. And there's Delta moving down a bit. Yeah. Just don't trust these airlines, guys, to have any sort of a follow through. By the way, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. Feel free to ask questions. Okay, Cere, CERE. This is having a nice move. Coming into maybe some resistance about 50 cents from now. 24.53 is the next high looking left. But again, it is early. It is very early, in my opinion, to do anything. That's why I don't like to do it. I run the risk of having something just run on me, like the INND. But even that, guys, I mean, sure. But look at that bottoming tail. You know, it's popped $1 off that bottom. Okay, TAOP, low flow China stock, 1 million in the float, China. Hit a high in the pre-market of about 360, 350 or so. Pulled all the way back down to 2. That's a big pullback. Market continues to move down. Market is basically flat right now. The SPY is basically where it closed yesterday. Carvana on the way down, guys. CVNA. Next low looking left is 34.41. So it has about $1.30 or so till that low for Carvana, CVNA. So after yesterday's disaster, ETWO was an earnings play yesterday. And so it's trying to have a little bit of a bounce. There's an earnings play yesterday, just got absolutely hammered. This was an all-time low. Trying to have a bit of a bounce here. So LL, yeah, okay. So, you know, a proposed buyout. AVTR, let's take a look at AVTR. This is showing up on my option scanner early though. AVTR. Yeah, see, to me, there's just, the next high looking left is too close. Now it is it's right at the 200-day moving average, AVTR, right at the 200-day moving average, a little bit over the VWAP, a little bit over the 200-day moving average. But the next high, to me, it's too close. If I can get through that, it's got a shot to the 22 level, I suppose. Look at this SPY, guys, though. All right, SECO resumed. What happened? SCCO resumed. We got halted at 203. I almost took it. That's the only time I take these. So it got halted again. This is, I think we're seeing a replay now with the number of halts perhaps compared to the TPST yesterday. Remember Silk yesterday? This is a nice bounce for Silk. Very nice bounce. So it's over yesterday's high. This is now this is on my daily reversal. Stock that was hit hard yesterday, but up today, getting above yesterday's high. Silk was an earnings play, I believe. Yeah, it was no, it's not an earnings play. I can't remember why it got hit. So yeah, the high of yesterday was 736, so it's a little bit above that high now. Mr. Tank, good morning. A giant red candle for IFF to start. International flavors and fragrances. Wow, look at Silk, guys. Just too early for me to really hop on these, but Silk on the move here. It's showing up on my reversal. Stocks that were down big yesterday, up today. And we could get stocks that were up big yesterday and down today. This is a multi-strategy window with both of those scans in there. Okay, there's the LL. So this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. So OPGM was halted on the way down, okay? Ah, man. So this is the only time I usually try to take these halts resumes. This got halted at 203. It dipped down below the halt price and then it came above it. I just couldn't get it. So right now, it has a potential open of around 230. There's the halt, 212, potential open around 230. This is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Will Tank, as a valued member of this community, I'm glad to see you. How's that? For flattery. But I mean it. I also mean it. Boy, that's a giant red bar for I know you're saying a bounce real. Boy, that's a giant red bar though for Delta. I mean, it's basically mirroring the SPY. Pretty tough now to commit to going long anything right now for me. Not with the SPY doing. We've now gone negative. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm wrong. Sorry. I was just looking at I was looking at my 15-minute chart. No, you might be right. Yeah, I'm sorry. You are right. I guess it got down to 144 and it popped up. Sorry about that, Luis. Well, silk certainly is still moving, guys. Again, I was hoping it would just kind of rest a bit and then keep moving, but I mean, it could keep moving, of course. So VS halted because of volatility on the way up. Okay, so VS low float, 9.4 million in the float, 34 million traded already. So not quite four times the float. All right, TPST, sorry, TPST did resume. Oh yeah, I'm watching INMD. I think it popped up again, right? Had a nice. I mean, it's still weak. The original alert I had was at 2378, so it's still below that. It's just too. You know me, real. I mean, I just have a tough time taking these in the first 15. It looks like this area right there was trying to hold it. 2186. What did it get down to? Got down to 2760. Yeah, now this one, HRL guys. Now this will have my interest. We're almost at HRL. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. That price was the alert was at 34.25. I don't know where there is any support. I have to look at a monthly chart. 34.12. Looks like there's a 34.12 and then 33.23 and then down here around 31.77. So see what happens. I don't like taking stocks about like so close to the whole number. Boy, look at this HRL. I don't know if there's any news on this one. There is some news on it. Expects to accelerate, but this was at 7:30 or so. Okay, it didn't look like bad news, but I mean, it might be just following the market right now. Okay, so this is now a reversal, guys. So gold, AU, this is a daily reversal. Big day yesterday, reversing today. AU. Beyond Meat, what is it doing? $5 price target now by, okay. Okay, guys, so here's the deal. Normal option activity, okay, for INMD and a 10-day daily breakdown. HRL, guys, approaching that 34, the whole number. I would hardly call that a little known fact. You must have a bunch of dumb friends, Grumpy. Ha ha. Okay, guys, INMD again. As I've said many times, you get something in the abnormal auction activity and in the 10-day daily breakdown. And in the AI. Yeah, you're right. I didn't see that in the AI. You're right. Well, Hurl, HRL underneath 34 now. Okay, OPGN opened. You're right. This was a halt on the way up. It opened. What's CFO doing? Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to have the same same action as the TPST yesterday. Come on, IND crack 22. I had Tandem here as a. This was from yesterday. I don't think it's relevant today. This is one of those dialysis plays that we had yesterday. Okay, guys, I'm hoping this INMD just cracks through 22. Yeah, 2178. I mean, 2178 is the next low looking left on the weekly. So Speaking of the dialysis place, DVA from yesterday, making it's not well, it's not taking out yesterday's low, but it is weak still. DVA from yesterday. Well, LL is moving a little bit here, guys. The pre-market high was up at 440, 439. There is a buyout proposal at 525, I think. 585, sorry, 585. It doesn't mean it's going to get to 585 today or any day, but that is and it's through the 200-day at the 200-day moving average, 417. So the next high is 465. All right, guys, got knocked. Sorry, got knocked out of the INMD. Basically flat. I'm going to have to revisit it if it gets back down to the 2230s. All right, I do like this HRL underneath the whole number 34. Have to go back quite a ways to see that any sort of support. I'm going back to 2000. You know what? I mean, there's really no support for this. I mean, you've got to go back to, I don't know, 2018. I don't care about 2018. All right, guys. Well, let's see if the HRL works here. Luckily, the uptick rule not in effect yet. It's only down 6.8%, not down 10%. So is it able to get a quick fill? The 384, 380, sorry, 3384, of course. Now I'm kind of I mean, I know I'm chasing it. I understand I am chasing it, but I just looked at this. There's no support really. So now I see INMD right back down again. A little too jumpy for me, but all right, let's put a price alert down here. Again, I'm viewing this as I'm just trying to carve something out of it. Okay. Because I know it's very extended down. Well, at least this has some news. You're right. I mean, the OPGN had some news. All right. All right. Okay. Good. Mini reward now for me in the HRL. Yeah. So this is halted again. Okay. I see that. So the OPGN is halted again. Okay. Hey guys, I took some off 80, 62, 62, 63. Sorry, 63 of the HRL. Again, I'm not expecting too much. So from 33.84 down to 33.63, covered some. Yeah, I see this SRRK. Looks like there's yeah, some room maybe. Yeah, I'm in the weekly chart anyway. SRRK 970 is one of those education stocks. No, it isn't. Sorry. I don't know why I thought it was, just because it's got scholar in it. So here's another airline, guys. I don't know what Delta's doing. Haven't looked at it, but here's another airline. Love LUV just moving down. What is Delta doing right now? Yeah, so too erratic for me. Yeah, a little bounce, topping tail, bottoming tail. Oh, look at INMD now. Not in it anymore. Still have some of the HRL. Want to see if it can get into the 50s. Yeah, so the market is, yeah, it's too bad. Boy, we had such a nice move pre-market in the SPY overall market. You have it all up on those CP on that CPI number at 8:30 Eastern. You know, fast is on the move here, guys. Fast is actually on the move higher. So it's kind of going counter to the market. This is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. FAST. All right, Hurl. I'm going to keep putting some price alerts down here. 33, say 45. Let's see if I can induce it down a little bit further. Ah, look at LL. Oh man, what a pullback here. Yeah, I just didn't really. Anytime I see topping tails and bottoming tails on a 15-minute chart, I usually shy away. Okay, AVTR guy has some room. 2198. Not a lot of room. Sorry. Thought it had more room than that. So when you look at AVTR, it is on my option scanner and the 10-day daily breakout. But to me, it just it could stall easily at 22, and it's at 2163 right now. So if I knew it would get right up into the 22, sure, I take it. But I don't know that. This OPGN still halted. A long halt. Going to be at least a 10-minute halt for OPGN. LGMK, saw this one in the pre-market. LGMK, that's right, it had a huge pop up to 274. Another low float. Not a lot of volume. I mean, 400, I mean, it's 21 times normal, but the absolute volume is not that great. Boy, INMD has been very choppy. Depends how many shares you take. I mean, where are you going to put your stop? Ah, nature. Sorry. I'm not waking anybody up here, but okay. How about 33.35 for HRL? Yeah, I see Sear is making a 10-day daily breakout, but I don't know. I have a tough time going long anything right now, guys. It probably prices its $450 million. Wow. 2281 a share. So it's way above the financing price. They're raising $450 million. Wow. It's a lot of money. And it's way above the financing price, 2281 for Sear. Now, you might think, or we might think that 2451, so it's right at this daily high here. I mean, if it cracks through that, 3069 is the next high looking left. But I mean, they're doing the financing at 2281. CERE. So there's a case in which, and it's going completely counter to the market. What a break for this. I mean, if it really breaks out of here, I mean, it's got all sorts of room, but it's hard to ignore the fact that it did the financing at 2281. Oh man, this is turning into a great trade now. Okay, I keep putting price alerts a little bit, 10 cents lower to induce it down. I'm kidding, of course, but okay, OPGN opened. OPGN did open. All right, we've got fast on the move, guys. This is going to get halted again, guys. OPGN just got halted again. I should try to get some just before the halt, but I couldn't get a fill. Okay, well, why not? 33.15. See how it works? You just put price alerts where you want it to go, and it does it. That's the power of our price alerts. Now, guys, I'm just kidding. Anybody new in the room? I'm just kidding. Okay. I wish it worked like that. Nice comeback so far for oops, yeah, I had my mic on mute, but it's not on mute anymore. ETWO, nice comeback for ETWO so far. Well, the next high looking left on the daily chart for fast is around 60, so it's still got some room. I'm not in this one. 60.70 looks like the next high, so about getting closer to that next high looking left. That's that red line. Okay, guys, I've taken some more off. I don't have very much of the HRL left. Mid 30s. That gave me way more than I thought. All right, maybe the market is going to put in a bit of a bounce. Okay, we've got a couple of bottoming tails now on the 15-minute chart for the SPY. Sellers tried to knock it down the previous 15-minute candle. Buyers closed it a little higher. Sellers tried again. This candle is now green. Key level for me would be 436.21. If it can take up that level at some point. I mean, this is quite a development for the CERE. 2451, as I said, is the next high in the weekly. I'm sorry, is the high that it broke on the weekly, and then the next high is 3070. But they did a financing at 2281. And even in the face of what's happening with the market, it has completely shrugged that off so far. I mean, if I had to be a betting man, I would bet that this moves down. Ooh, hurl into the 20s now. I don't have very much left, but treating some of these headlines, guys. Wow, flowers food. FLO, guys. FLO. eBay. Every time I see eBay, I'll ask the same question. Who the heck uses eBay? I know some hands are going to go up, but who the heck uses eBay? Oh man, why did I get out? Still have some, but okay. Why don't I put an alert right at 33? Let's see if it gets right down to 33 for the HRL. So remember what I said, guys. No, forget that. I thought, I'm sorry. I thought HRL also was showing up in my abnormal option activity, but it is not. Why isn't it? Let's see. Ah, okay. The reason it's not showing up in the option activity. Okay, got okay. Look at the SPY. That's I thought that'd be an important level if it could maintain above that and start to move. Okay. That was the high of the previous 15-minute candle. It's above that now. Time is at 10:12, so it still has about 2.5 minutes to close that candle. But HRL is not showing up on my option scanner because the option volume today percent at 116%. It has to be at least 150%. In other words, trading 1.5 times normal option activity, and it is not. All the other filters are met, but not that one. So that's why it's not not that it absolutely matters, but I always like to pay attention to the ones that are showing up in the breakout and the option activity. Hmm. Well, this is going to be just oh, I'm kidding, Hall. I know probably lots of people still use it. I just don't know. I used to. I used to be a golfer. I bought a nice Scotty Cameron. Um, so OPGN, yeah, OPGN is sort of today's TPST with all the halts. Well, this has still got a little bit of room. The AVTR still has a little bit of room to 23, 22, sorry. VFS, the Vietnamese or the Vietnam TV player. Yeah, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, OPJ and Assault. This is going to do well. It's doing exactly what TPSD did yesterday. Hard to get because it jumps so quickly and it gets halted almost immediately. So it's great if you're in it, but it's hard to get it. And wow, look at HRL. Oh man, this turned out. I mean, I wish I had all my my shares still, but this turned out way better than I thought it would. Like way better. It just got halted again, I think. No, I'm wrong. It did not get halted. Oh, now it's halted. Now it's halted. Okay, I actually got some. And I was thinking I actually got some this time. Not much, and not a great price, but anyway, the OPGN got some at 344. Then I thought it was going to get halted at 358, but so it is halted again. Got halted at 352, 361 now. Again, risky business, guys, but 880, 800, 800, 8.8 million in the float, 29 million are traded. Well, guys, we have a break with the HRL now. Well, it got to 33. Put it again. Okay, why not? Put it underneath now. 32, 32, say 90. Fast times, guys. Yeah, fast is still moving. Coming maybe. Where was that next high looking that for fast? Have to look at the monthly chart. 6072, 6072 a couple of times. 6074, 6072 on the monthly chart. That could stall it, but if it doesn't, then you've got an area up here at 64. A moment. Look at Delta now, guys. It's actually went negative. Oh man. So I just don't trust these there. Now, granted, maybe a little bit to do with the market, but I don't even think even if the market had been ripping higher, I just don't have any trust in these airliners to maintain a positive earnings trend. And here's jets. So here's the ETF for the airline sector. Jets, JETS. Do I have a sell price? Well, I mean, as it gets closer and closer, I have to hope that it's going to open above the 352. I'm in at 344, so we'll see. 369 maybe on the open. Okay, that's it for me in the HRL. Okay, it got down just to the 33 level. Now it looks like it's bounced. So I'm completely out of the HRL. Okay, AVTR is coming right into an area I thought it might stall. AVTR. Look at the monthly chart. Look at the daily chart, looking left. Then again, if you're new to the room, don't be afraid to, or don't be shy. You can ask questions. All right. Nice open. Okay, I took some off at the, wow, good one. 380 level for the OPGN. I actually thought it was going to get halted. I'm out of everything now, out of everything. And I think it's going to get halted right now on the way down, a little bit on the way down. I think it's going to get halted. You're going to see a big red. There we are. Okay, well, didn't do too badly. Okay, meanwhile, Bax, and remember Bax. Bax is another one of the dialysis plays from yesterday. Okay, hit hard. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, manufacturers or like DVA runs dialysis clinics. I think Bax makes dialysis machines, and they're seeing that their sector is being threatened because of Ozempic. Ozempic appears to be doing a decent job at preventing kidney disease. It's, of course, it's a weight loss drug. Does that mean that they're all going out of business? Of course not. But that was the news yesterday. Just to refresh you, Ozempic's early success in kidney disease trial drags down dialysis stocks. So that was the news yesterday. I think that William made the count on it. I think, was it 44, 46? Well, William had the number. He's got a lot of time in his hands, so he can do stuff like that. So I think it was over 44 because I think the record before that he had was for AMAM, which was 44. So it was probably over 44. Well, this morph is still kind of interesting, isn't it? I mean, you can see that if it can ever take out this high here of 24.36, I mean, it's been, it's been pretty steady. Had the huge hit 2 days in a row, been kind of steady here. But if it could ever, at some point, take out this 24.36, and that's where I have a price alert. That's that blue line you see on my daily, excuse me, on my daily chart. Because look at the potential fill. Maybe Seiko will. Well, the difference between Seiko and those other two crazy ones is that Seiko, we could not find any news whatsoever. Meanwhile, TUP, wow, what a great 3 days now. Unbelievable. Sitting at 116 2 days ago, 259 now, through the 200-day moving average. TUP. There's a little more expensive one. Some of you might like this one. Through the 200-day moving, it's ACHC, through the 200-day moving average. Price is 75.77 right now. The next high looking left is 77.22, so $1.50 away. Okay, guys, good action now. Good action on the SPY. Trying to hold that little break. The SPY is actually, yeah, basically it's flat now. It's down just like market is kind of flat. The Nas is up a little, Dow's down a little, SPY is basically flat. What time was the first alert for ACHC? So that is one that I don't have. I don't have a, I don't repeat, so I'd have to scroll back. Okay, let me see where it was. Give me a moment. It looks like at 10:23. 10:23, the price was 75.57. And probably the reason why, let me just do a quick check to see what that filter is. Yeah, this is a modification of Reels, the trending daily highs. But until 10:23, the trigger it was not triggered. Well, on my Momo, well, okay, actually 10:25 too. Yeah, I forgot I have 1 to 100 up here. So obviously, what happened is it. Okay, so at 10:23 on another scan, a little bit, a little bit underneath that 75.70 price. Morning, Todd. So guys, this looks like it's going to start to fall a little bit more. I mean, this here, the financing is at 22.81. So, and it's at 24.35 right now. Well, I mean, obviously there's some to the upside. I mean, the OPGN as a real cheap one, kind of mirroring TPST yesterday a little bit. But most of the action for me, anyways, on the downside, just based on what the market's doing. Fast has been good. Probably is pulling back now a little bit, but fast has been good. It is an earnings play. Yeah, it is weak. I just wish it weren't so jumpy, the INMD, for me anyway. You have to take fewer shares. But this may as well be an earnings play. Technically is not an earnings play, but it may as well be. Boy, DVA continues down, guys. Look at this DVA. Wow, DVA continues down. Dialysis play actually had a pop in the pre-market, trying to recover somewhat. But once the market opened, $4 drop. Yeah, very nice open. Halted. This is Seco halted at 182. Could open around here, 222. SCCO. Again, blue screen you see here from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, guys, 10:33. I will now go over all the information you can find on my homepage. Talk a little bit about the test drive that is upcoming within a month. Hmm. I'm having problems in YouTube, guys. I hope I haven't. Well, let's see if this works. Can you guys still hear me and see the screen in YouTube? Okay. I was having problems posting. I think I'm okay now. Thank you, Raymond. Okay, so I just posted my homepage link, and here's the information you will find on it. At the top, of course, a way in which you can take out a subscription. You can use this promo code to get 15% off, Barry15, off the first month only. And if you do want to take out an annual, I can give you a better promo of 25%. Just let me know. Just post in either room saying, "Hey, I'd like a 25%," and I'll let you know how you can do it. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos, starting off with your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. You must do that first. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, we have a series of videos I think are great for you if you're new to trading. You start off in very, very basic and increase in complexity as you move through the videos. Okay. Trading our daily stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here, free, of course. This week, another free service. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. Or if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the education section right here. We have a great user guide. So if you want more in-depth information about, say, alert windows and top list windows, this is the getting started section again. Here's your stock racing. Price alerts. You'll see me using price alerts all the time. And I'll show you how to create one. Very, very simple. Getting started series, again, hammering the point home. This is a software program. Of course, there's a bit of a learning curve. Do yourself a favor and at least spend 30 minutes with those 10 short videos. Daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One or the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over there and listen to Steve. And if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, scroll down a little bit. The middle section is my scan section. These are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Pre-market actives up and down. This tells me that pre-market gappers up or down. There's the Halts resumes, which was super active yesterday and is very active today. The momentum scan is right here. Momo right up here. This is the abnormal option activity scan right here. And then the other two that you don't see, just don't want to overwhelm the monitor that I'm sharing with all sorts of other information, but I'm also sharing these two, the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown, and the daily reversal. Okay. So these are stocks that are reversed one way or the other. If you see it in yellow, that means a stock that was up yesterday and now is down today. You see it in light blue, stock that was down yesterday and now up today. The daily reversal. So all I ask, if you decide you want to take out a subscription at some point in time, just you can click on my homepage link or save my homepage link, or come into the trading room, use my promo code. The reason why is that we're trying to keep this room free. This is a free room. The only way we can keep it free is if enough people take out subscriptions because we're using it for marketing. There's obviously a cost to keeping a room free. So all I ask is if you're going to take out a subscription, just use my promo code. Okay. Give me a moment. So this one, for instance, it says I'm going to get out of here. So this SHLS, this is a reversal. This is an example of a reversal stock that was up yesterday. Now it's moving down today. There are other filters in place. There are other filters in place. I'm sorry. This is DR. I'm sorry. Give me a moment here. Put the wrong symbol up. There we go. So there's SHLS. Red bar yesterday, but that's because it closed below the open, but it still had gapped up yesterday. So now it is starting to move down. The trigger, among other things, it has to be below yesterday's close. So you can see, and look at the room it's got underneath. Wow, look at the room it's got underneath for SHLS. Especially if the market unfortunately now looks like it's going to resume its downward trend. So if this takes out 17, I mean, this has got a lot of room underneath 1522. So let me just explain a little bit about what you're saying here, especially if you're new. And there's the resumption for Seco. Up or down? Up. Okay. So if you took this scan from me, one of the scans that I'm sharing, the momentum scan, if you want to see what it's looking for, just right click on configure, and then click on the summary. So this is the screening aspect of this scan. A lot of different screeners on the market you can buy right now, but we are a real-time alert machine. Okay. That's what we're really, really, really good at, with real-time alerts. So this is the screening aspect of this particular scan. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, it's at 400% of normal. And I have some other filters in here. If all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last one in this scan was at 10:32. I mean, it's 10:41 right now, Eastern time. So the last time anything alerted was at 10:32. ANVS made a new high at 895. Since then, no stocks have met these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay. So if you like the scan the way I've constructed it, great. But you can always make a change. So maybe you want a different price range. So if you left click on this icon, you'll see here are the values. You can see expanded a bit. You see all the filter values that I'm using. So, but if I wanted to change that to say 10 and 100, click on the summary. See, now it's changed to 10 and 100. Or I could change something else if that's what you want to do. I mean, understand, this is what I like to see. Doesn't have to be what you like to see. Then you would just say, okay, and that's it. Now, if you want to create your own scans from scratch, of course you can. This time, when I click on an alert window, I click on configure. Instead of summary, I'll click on search. So these are, excuse me, these icons represent all of the real-time alerts that we have. Starting off right at the top, the two most popular, the new high of the day and new low of the day. And I keep scrolling. I'm not going to go over them all, of course, but we have lots and lots of different real-time alerts. If you're more interested in new 5-minute highs or 10-minute highs or lows, we have those. If you ever want to find out what we've got, all you have to do is search. So for instance, if I type in 5M, here's my 5-minute lows, 5-minute highs, opening range breakouts, all to do with anything starting with 5. Okay, now if I keep scrolling down, get to these icons, these are the filter icons. So again, if you're new, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Okay. We have a lot because when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. When the company started way back, I don't think they even had scans they were sharing. So we've come a long way, obviously, in 20 odd years. So lots of scans that we're sharing, not only mine, but if you go into, for instance, between 12 and 1, as I've said before, I take a break. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. We have 5 days of the week, 5 traders. They all have different styles for me of trading. They have different scans. You can ask them for their favorites. We also have scans here. Click on new from the toolbar and click on dog channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. Okay. No, Ali, you can't. We have the question in our YouTube room. If you know the programming language, can you create scans using coding skills? The answer is no. We do have, it's an interesting topic. There are ways in which you can combine the filters that we do have to create kind of new filters from them, called custom filters. But most of our customers don't do that. Now, if you're new to trading, we've got a great way in which you can practice trading. This big blue window you see here we call it Brokerage Plus. Now it's only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it is not available. Simple enough to load from our toolbar. You just click on New and Brokerage Plus. This window will load. You may have different column headers, but that's okay. Look at the morph now, guys. Is it breaking out? I mean, every day I seem to see this. You can kind of see, I mean, very inching its way up. If it ever broke out up above this level, this price alert line that I got, still about $1 away. But look at the potential fill. Now, but remember, it moved down like this for, obviously I had very bad reason. Too bad the first day, almost as bad the second day. I can't remember what the news was, but I could go back, I suppose, and look if I could read different languages. I think maybe the CEO might have quit too or something. I can't remember. Just can't remember anymore. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Bad news, 2 days, or the first day and a continuation down the second day. Based quite a bit here. Now, if they ever come out with some positive news, you can expect maybe a little bit of a fill into this area. Okay, depends on, okay, the only way you can do auto trading, okay, and remember, if you're going to auto trade, we do not recommend auto trading the AI. If you have your own strategy that you've back tested and you're comfortable auto trading it, yes, you can do so. But you have to have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account. And as far as I believe, so if that, I mean, DAS, I don't know enough about DAS. I know people talk about it, but obviously, I think DAS obviously connects to IB. Yeah, so you'd have to have our, if you do want to auto trade, you'd have to have our premium service, and you'd have to be using our downloadable application, not the web-based version, because you need this window that we call Brokerage Plus. And you put a strategy in here and you turn it on and off you go. But again, this is something that most of our customers do not do. I don't do it. I never will. The reason I do it is because I will always want to be able to click on an alert just to do a check to see what it's doing. What does it look like on a daily and a weekly chart? What is the SPY doing? I don't feel that I have to auto trade. It is possible to create your own channels, yes. If I go to the channel bar, I haven't done it for a long time. I do have one channel up here. You can put a channel up here. Yes, you can create your own channel. Yeah, I guess you go into the edit. I haven't done it for so long. It's in the guide. I believe it's in the guide also, how to create your own channel. I mean, if you really want to. I think you can create up to 5 channels. Well, to me, okay, so Raven, to me, it's just in a holding pattern. I mean, it had that huge drop, couple of days, huge drop. Now it's just kind of a bit of a holding pattern. It hasn't broken out really, not broken down anymore. It's inching its way up a bit, but it really hasn't broken out yet. So yeah, in the guide, let me see. I think it explains how to create. I don't really do it. The reason I don't is because I just stay on my layout all day long. Okay, I have a layout that I like, and do I modify it every now and then? Yes, but I've been using a similar layout for years and years and years. I don't typically go into the different channels during the course of the day. Not saying that's a bad thing to do. It's just not what I do. I don't have a different channel for different times of the day. But let me just see again in the guide. If it's not a section on its own, then I'm sure you can just probably type in the search, creating a channel or something like that. Let's just say channel bar. So probably in here, it's probably shows you how you can create your own channel. But I do know this. I mean, it's I know if I go new channel, if well, I'm in new channel right up to the top here. If I right click on it and it says edit custom channels. So now here's what I can do. So you add a channel. Okay, you give it a name. You have to have some either a layout that you've already created, or yeah, basically a layout that you've already created. Here's your cloud link for the layout that you created. I mean, it's a little advanced. Or select from the cloud, and then you'd have, so if you had a layout that you created, you select it from the cloud, you put it in here, give it a name and all that, and then it would appear. I think you can have 5 of them. So again, practice trading. This is a simulator. I'm sort of backtrack now. This is a simulator, a paper trader, if you will. Now, CMC is an earnings plane. Let's see what it's doing right now. CMC is an earnings plane. Yeah, so I mean, the next low looking left on the weekly chart is up around 42.33. I mean, so it's got a little bit of room. 42, actually, no, it's 42.47. So really only has about 50 cents until it hits that next low on the weekly chart. Maybe not enough room. When I say room, I mean, if I take a trade, I want to have, I don't want to take a trade where there could be some support not that far away. Now, obviously, 50 cents on a $43 stock is a lot different from 50 cents on a $5 stock. That's right. This is a fairly low flow too. This Morph MORF, pretty low float, 36 million in the float. That's a pretty low float for a $24 stock. Well, that's why it can be pretty volatile. Probably the spread is not great. It's not terrible. 23.93, 24.04. So 11-cent spread. Not terrible for a stock that could move a lot. Well, GME is starting to give it up. And any uh, It's low looking left, 1471. Ah, ACXP. Somebody said put a price alert. ACXP. Well, I can see right off the bat that red line that you see, if I expanded this daily chart out, if I zoomed out, I would see that the next high on the daily chart would be right here at 503. That's what that red line is. I eyeball it well enough, 503, 504. So, to me, it's too tough for it to get through five right now. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, this might be interesting if it can take out 17, SHLS. Again, it's got a lot of room underneath. That's what we're looking for when I say. So remember now, all I'm doing is just looking left. If I want to short something, then I'm looking left to see where the next low is on the daily chart. If I can see it on the daily chart, that's great. But for instance, what if all this that's underneath, what if it was above? In other words, when I look left, I don't see anything. I'd have to go to the weekly chart and take a look. And you can see that the weekly chart is probably exactly the same. It was around 1481. So that's 1531. So on the weekly chart, it's a little bit lower. Yeah, 417 is 200-day moving average. Boy, this has been a choppy one though. Very, very choppy. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Look at the ACXP just breaking through five now. So now the next high looking left is 517. So you see, obviously it took out. Let me look at expand this weekly just a little bit so we can maybe see where these next highs are. Wow, look at this thing go. But also look what happened. 533. This is really jumpy. 550 looks like the next high. It's on the weekly and I think on the daily. If I expanded this daily out, I think I'd see a next high at 550 for ACXP. What the heck did they do? I know it's a buyout, but remember this was basically a $1 stock a couple of weeks ago. $5 now. Wow. Every day you see this sort of action, you think, okay, that's got to be it. That's got to be it. That's got to be it. Today's got to be it. Finally, there'll be some profit taking, but not really. Look at this. So this says SHLS just bounced. I was all set to take this. So again, guys, there's a potential buyout for LL. a proposal at 585 a share. Okay, so but again, when you see this, don't think, well, I may as well just sell everything I own and buy this because it's going to get up to 585. It may not happen. And I can tell you from experience, I was in one of these many, 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 many years ago. Didn't happen. Mike C. Hello, Mike C. In our YouTube room. All right, guys. Okay, 11:03. About an hour. I'll be taking my break. I'm putting an alert at just around $10 for AMC. If it takes that out, I think that this is just all over the place today. Look at these topping tails, bottoming tails, all over the place. Wow, remember this Nari from yesterday? Why didn't I have this thumbnail? Oh my goodness. Look at the Nari from yesterday, Nari. I don't think I'd ever seen this one until yesterday. Look at this huge drop and another huge drop today. Now it might be coming into some support on the weekly chart. Man, and I can't remember if we had any news on this one yesterday. Reasons to add a Nari to your stock portfolio. This was on October the 6th. Well, hopefully nobody read that and said, yeah, you're right. I didn't see that it was. I mean, yeah, that's the first thing I looked. It is a medical device company. Interventional treatment of venous disease. Well, could it be? I don't know. Maybe. It is medical devices. You're right. So maybe yeah, the clot triever system and the flow triever system. I don't know. I don't know enough about those. But maybe if somebody did a search on that, maybe it's got something to do with dialysis. In which case, this would have been the absolute worst, almost of all the ones we looked at. Yeah. So does it appear to be anything to do with dialysis? Does it? It could be. Okay. Okay. Let's check out the VWAP here for SHLS. 1728 is the VWAP. So it's coming into it. Maybe that stops it, and maybe from there it bounces down. Hurl underneath 33. I don't have it anymore, but underneath 33 now. There's the other, well, one of the other. There's Hurl moving down. Backs, other dialysis. They make the machine. We know that. We know they make the machines. Boy, they do a lot of stuff. I was sticking an alert at 1694 for SHLS. See if it takes it out again. It seems to be. It seems that the VWAP is rejecting it. 1728 is the VWAP. It got up to 1723, right into that VWAP area, and now it looks like it's trying to bounce below it. And if it takes that 17 again, that could get it rolling downwards again. KDP. Oh man, what's this one? KDP. All right, Keurig, Dr. Pepper. Boy, almost a lifetime low. We're kind of kidding, maybe, but when Walmart came out last week and said, you know what, their food sales, especially the junk stuff, falling because of Ozempic, etc., and all the weight loss drugs that are out there now, and people are maybe finally shying away from buying all the junk, which includes sugar-loaded soft drinks. I don't know. That's what Macy's said a couple of weeks ago. Not Macy's, Walmart. Actually, I'll get it right. Well, actually, it was Walmart. Yeah, it was Walmart. I was thinking Costco, but I'm sure Costco is probably saying the same thing. Stay away from the junk. I know Pepsi had a. Well, it's funny. Pepsi had a decent earnings release yesterday, except it sold off. So I had earnings yesterday. It popped up, but look at this. So you know what? It may be that soft drinks just people aren't buying them now as much. Well, maybe Ozempic is, but I mean, I think that that the whole sector, something will hopefully emerge out of it that is safe. I wonder if these guys make junk also, HRL. I mean, I'm looking what they do. Food products sold predominantly in the retail market. I mean, it says animal except poultry slaughtering. That's a pretty zeroed in sector. You know, guys. All right, guys. Well, I mean, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I mean, this has to be a. 'Cause I don't see any. I don't. I'm just trying to look for any specific news, but it might be. I mean, this whole thing about okay, let's not eat as much junk. Maybe finally. Spam, really? Is spam still sold? I do recall eating it. I just can't remember when. That's an emphatic yes, Denver. Okay. Boy, this HRL continues down. So as I said before, if you see the same stock in the 10-day daily breakdown and in the option scanner, pay very close attention to it all day long. Okay. Now notice we don't get too many in the breakouts or the breakdowns. Don't get too many in the option. This is it. I mean, these are the only. I mean, this is the repeating version here. So that's why it may look overwhelming, but these are the only stocks that have been alerted. Okay, in the abnormal option scanner, and this is it for the 10-day daily breakout and the breakdown. So, very good number. And here it is. When I say good number, I mean you're not overwhelmed. And here it is on the daily reversal. So again, maybe a total of what, 25 stocks total? Maybe not even that. and they're not all coming at once. Now, just because you get an alert doesn't, remember, as I have to say all the time, the program is called Trade Ideas. These are ideas. Spam is very popular lately, okay? All right, guys, look at the market. Okay, we are having a rally now. It's been pretty choppy, up and down, topping tails, bottoming tails, but looks like SPY is actually positive now. So Dow is down a little, Nas is up a little, kind of shedding off or shaking off the CPI numbers that hit at 8:30 Eastern, causing the market. I mean, this was such a beautiful run at the beginning until 8:30 when the CPI number came out. Yeah, you're looking at IWM probably tank, right? Yeah, IWM is still tanking. The Russell 2000. All right, guys. Well, let's see if LL, if it breaks down through that 200-day moving average, that could be it, but it's still holding pretty well on the weekly chart. The next high is 487, so there is room. Certainly, there's room for it to keep running if people really want to buy into this potential 585 buyout. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of have a couple of things I'm looking at on my thumbnail charts. ADP, boy, continues a little bit of a pop here, but not much. ADP, I have to see, and I love it because it's underneath that whole number of 28. Let's take a look on the monthly chart to see where is the net. Wow, interesting. Of course, this is, yeah, this was a spin-off. So that didn't really happen. Looks like a catastrophe happened that month, but this was the spin-off. So, or reorganization. Anyway, I can't exactly explain it. I think it might have been the spin-off. Remember, this is Keurig Dr. Pepper. But anyway, the bottom line is, let me get back to the weekly chart. Yeah, there's maybe some support around 27, maybe. Just look at some of these moves. Look at ES. I mean, 59 down to 50, 55, 80. Maybe coming into a support area, 55, 58. That's the next low on the daily, 55.60. 55.60 is the next low on the daily chart. Maybe that'll support it for a bit. Okay, guys, we've got about four topping tails now for SHLS on the 15-minute charts, all around the same level, right around that VWAP. Okay, 1726 is the VWAP. You can see the starting at the 10:30 candle and to the current candle, the 11:15 15-minute candle. You can see all these little tops right about the VWAP. So far, the VWAP is holding it. It's preventing it from moving higher. I'm going to stick an alert just above it just to see if it takes it out because it could have a bounce actually, or this just really starts it moving down again. Mm, yeah, this doesn't look like these are going to have anything like the TPSD yesterday. So I'm talking about the SECO and the OPGN now. They're all starting to fade. Now, what I'm doing, I have an alert set up in this area in case later on in the day it just starts to move again. But I'm not holding out a lot of faith that it's going to happen. Meanwhile, ACXP completely ignoring me, thinking it was going to pause at 5. Take a look at our website, guys. I'm going to put the link in here for our website in this market scope. This was yesterday. Okay, so let me load another one. Obviously, that's not correct today. Okay, so the revised website looks like this. You start off here, okay, and click on the market scope 360. If you have trade ideas, what you'll see is you're looking at 15-minute delayed data, and it'll say something like click here for live data. That's if you're a current subscriber. If you're not a subscriber, it'll say 15-minute delayed data. Click here for a subscription, okay? Now, the issue is this, though, that you can know this is like another version of trade ideas, okay? So, like the downloadable version, we have the web-based version, and now this version, and you can only have one version up and running at a time as we speak. Hopefully, they'll allow you eventually to have this and whatever other version you're running of trade ideas up and running at the same time. So, this is good for people who really don't want to have to create anything on their own. We'll just hand deliver all this to you. You've got your biggest gainers as a crawl, biggest losers as a crawl. This is a heat map that's showing you, and you can pick and choose what you want to see, the change from the close. So you can see OPGN, the biggest change from the close. But if you wanted it from the open, still it's the biggest change. But look at Pareto, PRZO. So you can click on it. You can see what's happening with Pareto. And you can also, if you want to take a look at the change in the last 30 minutes, obviously there the Pareto has been moving in the last 30 minutes, things like that. Okay, so this is at a glance. You still have to know how to trade though. Okay, but at least this is delivering you the ones that are really moving without your having to really have to do anything. Now you can also go to our top list, to the top list area. And this will look you also have the same sort of options, okay? But you can drag in this, so you can see these are all different top lists. You can drag it here. Now these are the biggest losers. Okay, there's the TPSD from yesterday, biggest loser today. As it changed from the close, uplift changed from the open. Same. So these are at a glance. You can click on something, some symbol Carvana. I know people follow Carvana. Take a look what Carvana is doing. You can, of course, change the time frame here. This little insert is you can have a daily, weekly, or monthly. So at a glance, you can see what's happening on the daily, weekly, or monthly. But again, you still have to know how to trade. But at least now you don't have to do any work really. You can just load this and take a look at what's happening. You want to take a look at the S&P. What are the ones moving down the most? There's our HRL. If you're more interested in the larger cap stocks, we've got the S&P 500 on the way up and the way down. Let's take a look on the way up. Oops, got to drag it, right? Drag it in. There's the fast, WBA, another earnings play. So pretty good. I mean, it has not given it up. Okay, so this is again really good. I think if you really don't want to, even load my scans or learn how to create your own scans, you can go to the alert section. And now these are the real time alerts. And again, you've got a crawl. So here's calm, just made a new high. Obviously, calm just made a new high. Have to expand that a little bit. If I do full screen, there you go. So there's calm making a new high. You can also drag. So you can have like a multi-strategy window of stocks making new highs or new lows. You see a little box pops up here. Okay, so there's, and you want to stop the crawl, you just go to it and click on an alert. So again, now if you have, I mean, if you're an active trader like myself and you want to create your own types of scans, of course you're going to still use this or something like this. I don't mean necessarily mine, but you'll use something like that because you don't have any control over this. You don't have a control over your price range, volume, really anything else. But I think at a glance, it's probably even I will use it, in a lull because sometimes I'll see something there that is not showing up. Okay, there's the SHLS guys, maybe taking out the trying to take out the VWAP. But because of some of my filters that I got, I don't see some stocks that are still pretty good. Okay, and I might see that on that market scope. Did it really? Did it turn around? I guess with the market, right? Hmm. A little bit with the market. Trader Joe, no idea. I mean, the AI is a bunch of strategies, and they get back tested every night. And the ones that make the cut, those are the ones that are, in theory, good. In theory, they worked well in the past, but doesn't mean today they're going to be good. If you're talking about, I don't back test at all, and there's no the problem with back testing, like individuals trying to back test. Something that could, you might try to backtest something. You might have an idea. I really like to see stocks making 15-minute opening range breaks. Okay. And you put something together with a volume, price range, relative volume, and a few other filters perhaps, and you backtest it and maybe it looks okay. And so you think, okay, that looks okay. But, 3 days from now, it may not. So you have to go back and tweak it. That's why backtesting is something that most of our customers just do not do. So there's nothing I can say, what is a trade idea strategy that backtest well? I have no idea. I mean, the AI alerts or the AI strategies, I mean, they get optimized every evening. And I really don't know how many we have. We used to have 50 of them. So 50 of them go through this optimization procedure. And the ones that make the cut with the right profit percent or win percent, win loss ratio, etc. They make the cut, but like anything else, doesn't mean that they're going to be great today. But obviously, the IN, we can see a few that worked out nicely. I mean, the INMB breakdown short, the fast, the breakout long. So some of them work pretty well today. The breakdown short and breakdown long, I think, are probably the two favorites. But that's the thing, Trader Joe. I think the majority of our customers Do not, well, even if they back tested and something was working, then all of a sudden it may not work for after 2 or 3 days, a week, then they have to keep tweaking it to try to, by tweaking it, I mean, when you back test, you'll see, you'll be given well, let me just show you. I'll back test this strategy just for fun. Okay. The momentum strategy, we'll start it at 942. We'll end it at, but I'll just show you what I'm talking about. So now this will go through every single occurrence. Okay. So obviously terrible strategy, right? You look at it, we had a little pop up here, but it's been sinking, sinking, sinking. That's why I don't care. I just want to see the alerts. So that's why I don't get hung up on this. But let's just say, for argument's sake, that if I back tested this and it didn't look too bad, maybe the line maybe was moving up a little bit. This is the equity line. Okay. Then I can go into the optimization and I can say, okay, what price range should I be concentrating on or throwing out? Is between $0 and $10 really worthwhile? You might look at that and go, no, I mean, that seems to be all the losers are. Time of day, is there a time of day that seems to work better than, I mean, this is a bad example, but you could see, but that's what kind of our optimizer goes through. But it's a computer, so it's running through many, many permutations and combinations. Okay. Well, I don't use, which one do most of your professional traders use? I don't use any. I don't backtest. I don't have any strategy that I backtest that I use. The reason being, I mean, I love my 10-day daily breakout and my 10-day daily breakdown as an example. But if I backtested this, it probably wouldn't look good. But I don't care. I want to see because I don't get very many alerts from it. I want to see the alerts, and then I make up my mind if I want to trade it. Say backtesting is I don't want to say it's useless, but for the average person, because you cannot run through. I mean, at least the AI has a computer at work running through permutations and combinations, whereas you and I cannot do that. There are some out there, though. I don't know if there's anybody in the room who backtests and finds it works very well. I don't know. Ooh, was this a good one that I completely missed for a while? For a while. This was on the daily reversal. 399. So here's an example. If I wanted to back it, this would have been a great alert. 399. It got up to, before it pulled back, it got up to 460. Now I'm not saying you could get in right at, I don't know if you could have got in right at 399 and got right out at 460, but even in the middle two-thirds, as I call it. But look what happened right afterwards. So if you back tested this would have looked terrible. But in reality, if you'd seen it, and you were able to get it fairly quickly and got out near the top here, that would have been a great trade. That's why I don't care about back testing. All right, guys, 11:42. Wow. Close. I think I have a message here. Probably Steve today. Yeah, he's just telling me. So it'll be Steve in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes or so. Okay, and he is the originator of the trades of the week. How is it doing this week? And all over the place, I'm sure. Yeah, so it has not been stopped out. Could have made some money on it. I think the trigger was 760. So it did get up to $7, $8. Well, I hit is moving. Very low volume though. I cannot, man. ACXP, just like in a different stratosphere. I mean, look at this. I mean, on the monthly chart, the next high is 684. Yeah, 684. Actually, I'm wrong. 585 is the next five. Yeah, 585 is the next high in the monthly chart. Wow. Well, Trader Joe, I would not sign up for an annual. Okay, sign up for a monthly. Okay, try us out. And if you do want to take out an annual, I can get you a better. I can get you a 25% discount. Okay. I don't think there's any point in taking out an annual unless you know you want the product. You have to look at the terms and conditions of a refund on an annual. So I would never take out an annual unless you know you want the product. And you don't have to take out an annual at any time, but that's what I would do. I would take a monthly, and at any time, I can get you a 25% discount. Now, the other thing I should also point out is the test drive. Okay, I put a link in called test drive. So this is what this is all about. If you fill this out, give us your email and sign up. So our test drive is starting on November 6th and it'll run for 10 trading days and it'll cost you $11.11. When you fill this out, you're not signing up for the test drive. You're just basically saying, "Hey, tell me when the test drive starts and how do I sign up for it when it does start?" Okay? So you're not automatically signing up for it because just in case something happens, we don't want to run it on November 6th. But I think it's pretty much set in stone. And so you'll have access to the full premium service, except again, I repeat, no auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading. So if you want to take the test drive because you want to try auto trading, then don't do it. But you'll have access to the AI, all the alerts that you get from them. You can back test if you want. Back testing is a premium service. So there, but just no auto trading. And again, it'll cost $11.11 for those 10 trading days. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. Common question. If you want to take out a subscription when it's over, great. We'll give you there'll be a nice promo for it. But so don't worry about that. We're not that type of company that puts you into a subscription automatically. Okay. So it's a good opportunity to try us out. We used to do this once a quarter. I think we're down to about maybe 3 times a year now. So it's a great opportunity to try us out. Costs again $11.11. THC on the way down. Continuing to watch its SHLS guys. It went back down to the VWAP basically. It broke through, and then it's come right back down. I'm wondering if that'll hold it, or is that it for the bounce? Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in the main room. Steve usually shows up maybe 5 minutes to, so we'll see if that happens. But whenever he shows up, so this is the link. Not there yet, but this is the link to get into YouTube. Now, the thing about bounces and stuff, I mean, looking at the SHLS, you should have the market at least not against you. In my opinion, for most bounces to work, doesn't the market doesn't have to be necessarily moving higher, but you don't want to see this. So, trying to look at this SHLS. Now, there's the INMD now breaking down again. All right, guys, INMD breaking down again. Next low looking left. It's almost there on the weekly. Almost there. 20 no, it's below it. I'm sorry. It's below that low. 2181. 2186 was the low on the weekly. It's at 2162 now. So Trader Joe, I mean, this is what I'd be looking at. I mean, if you're saying you're looking at other programs, and that's fine, obviously. What we're really, really good at, real-time alerts. Okay, so you can either have my scans or create your own, as long as if you have some idea, if you have some knowledge about trading, and you want to create something that you like to see, you can usually we have enough different real-time alerts and filters that you can combine them to give them the type of scan you're looking for. I'm not looking for a bounce. No, I'm looking for I'm short, short. There's nothing holding this up right now. 2181 was the next low. So this is like an earnings play. And that again is also many scans, including the AI, 941, 2321 entry. There's your stop. How you manage it, of course, is up to you, but showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown, showed up on the abnormal option activity scanner. And just a word about the abnormal option activity. I don't trade options. All I'm looking for, because I'm, as a day trader, I'm looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. And so I look at option activity. So look at INMD as an example. So my minimum number of contracts has to be at least 500 contracts traded. So you can see this is 17,000, so that's fine. And then it has to be at least 1.5 times normal. In other words, and normal meaning what was the average over the last 10 days in terms of contracts traded. And so you can see right here, it's expressed as a percent, 489%, 1.8 times normal. Well, that's why this INMB is showing up here. I also have a relative volume filter in here too, so it's got to be so it's sort of a not only the absolute volume, like the volume is going to be abnormal, plus the option volume is going to be abnormal. But again, I don't trade the options, but this just helps me find stocks that are trading abnormally. And this is definitely abnormal. $18. I didn't know that's an Israeli stock too. So this is it's not technically an earnings play, but it may as well be. What they did is they pre-released, they lowered their guidance, so it may as well be an earnings play. They don't release again until the 26th, but again, it may as well be an earnings play. Okay, getting close here, so I had better get my announcement in before Steve shows up in the room on a break. Okay. Well, we have some position and range filters, Miri, so you can see if a stock is above. Okay, you can see I'm going to be on my break, but we have some position and range filters. Okay, so for instance, let me just I'll type in search. So position in, so you wanted month, week, day, year. So okay, so here's an hour. Okay, position in the hour, so you can see if a stock is above the 60-minute range. If you use that filter and you put say 100 in it, it would be above. Where is that filter? Um, the crypto rate one. Yeah, right there. Position it. So if you put 100 in here, that would mean the stock is above the 60-minute range, a minimum above. Okay. If you and here is what other ones did you want? The month. So these are the ranges we've got. So 5-day would be say a week. 10-day, 20 days is basically a month. Okay. So you would use these filters, and if you use these filters and put 100 in the min, each one of these, or whichever one you want, that means the stock has to be at least at the high, okay, of the 20-day range. Because if you saw the price and you saw the 20-day range, it would be at least at 100, it would be at least at the high. Okay? If you're still around, I'm going to take my break, but if that didn't make, oh, look at INMD now, guys. Massively good now, massively good. Steve, are you there yet? So again, this is, lots of scans showing INMD, including our AI right there, 2321 at 941. Paritzo guys, PRZO, 1153. That was the alert. What did it do from there? 225. Wow. So, this is the daily reversal. And you can see why it's alerting. Now, some might say, well, why didn't it alert here, 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 here on the way up? Well, one of the filters, one of the things that has to do is take out yesterday's high. Now, if you wanted to, you could take this and you could say, well, I don't care necessarily if it takes out yesterday's high, but how about giving me new 5-minute highs, as it makes its way up? You could do that. I just prefer to see a stock take out yesterday's high, and then if there's still room, I mean, there's still a little bit of room till the next high looking left. But I get it. I get that some people would want to see it earlier, and you can always adjust something like that. I think Steve is a little late today. Hi, Steve. I see what you put in Slack. Don't kill the messenger.
Yeah. All right. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear
Good.
you loud and
All right.
clear.
Let me present. What do we got? We got vacuuming day today, huh?
Actually, no,
No. Okay.
no. Today will
Floors are
just be
clean.
a workout day, and then I can come
Nice.
back early and listen to you.
Excellent. Hopefully, I
Wouldn't
have
that be
something
nice?
decent to say.
Did you say you do have something, or?
Hopefully, I have something
Oh,
decent to
hopefully, okay.
contribute
Well, you can
today.
talk a
Yeah.
little bit. You can talk. I know you're not a day trader, but you can talk a little bit about INMD.
INMD. Okay. Hang on one second. INMD. I've been very busy this morning. I haven't been paying attention to any of the. Did I spell that wrong? No, I got it.
No,
Okay.
uh,
Is this an AI trade?
it's actually an AI trade also. It came up on many of my scans, but also an AI trade.
Well, Barry, first
Well,
thing I notice, I mean, sheesh, there it is. That's what I preach all day long. There's your congestion, there's your 10 SMA forcing the hand lower. It's just that
mhm.
simple sometimes. It's just a matter of
Well, there you
executing it
go.
and doing it right. Yeah.
Speak about that for an hour. By the way, have you seen my what's happening with my daily vids?
What about them? I mean, I see
How
them.
they are, but the text that now is associated with it, created with this vid, whatever it's called, that vid bot or whatever you guys are
Yeah.
using.
Yeah. Is
It's
it make, is
wild.
it, yeah.
It
Um,
makes it the most exciting story you've ever heard or read.
well,
Seriously,
especially when Raj gets a
it's
hold of him too,
hilarious.
they snazz him up a little bit. He's taking it to the next level. He's got some new animators and some new cool stuff he's showing.
Is that
But
him doing it? Is that
yeah,
him?
yeah. Well,
Oh, okay.
his animators, they use the AI, but they're also putting some other stuff in there. The stuff that we're going to do for the test drive promos are going to be pretty cool.
Okay. The only problem yesterday, because I did it on that crazy one, the TSPT, and
Uh-huh.
it started, and the stock came from 25 cents, and unfortunately, it got translated as $25. But other than that,
Oh, that's funny.
but I'm telling you, I mean, I've only read it the last two. It reads like an incredibly exciting story.
Yeah.
Seriously. So
Oh, another thing I need to
anyway,
ask them today is how. What was the stock yesterday? IPST was that?
TSPT.
TSPT. You can see I'm a big trader of these things. But
Mhm.
my God, yesterday it just exploded the TSPT. How
I'm
did you
sorry,
spell that?
TPST, I guess.
CPST. Exploded that heat map. Just blew it all apart, didn't
Yes.
it?
Yes.
So I'm gonna discuss that today too. We got to throttle that or something so it doesn't look so bad.
Mhm. Well, on the other hand, it tells you, look at this one, look at this one, look at this one. Don't look at
Yeah,
anything else. I mean, that's what it's
right.
telling you.
Well, that's where the action is. But
You know?
people like a selection. They like a choice. Anyway,
Yeah,
all
well,
right,
still
Barry, go
boils
do what
down,
you got
as
to
I
do.
said. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Steve, I'll come back now. I know you want to take off probably, but at least five too. So I'll try to come back by then. Okay.
Yeah, I got some things I got to lay on them in the dev meeting.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. I assume
Okay, guys,
this is.
sorry, I'm muted. I'm sorry, just a minute, Steve. I'm sorry, I didn't mute myself yet. I'm talking to you in the main room.
All right. Okay, he's muted.
Okay, I'm done.
All right. Welcome to my screen. First off and foremost, these are always designed the 12 o'clock hour sessions. It's different trader every week. Just to remind you, Monday is Chris, Tuesday is Michael. He is the back testing and quant expert. Wednesday is Jamie, longtime trader, day trader. He's been doing a lot of day trading. Thursday is myself. I'm a swing trader, and tomorrow is Andy, very similar to my style. So every day at 12, we've got, a lot of wisdom and experience to help. So we can talk about trading. I love to talk about trading and charts. We can look at charts. We can talk concepts. Perfect Circle wants to talk geopolitical politics. We can talk about that. But what I want to remind people is the person that's going to take priority in this chat window is the person that was sent here from our support group and from a chat or an email that was told to come here to get specific help on how to set something up visually, because that's what this is all about. So with that intro said, hopefully somebody out there heard that fits that bill. Don't be shy. Come in and ask a question. Just say, hey, I'm a new user. I need help. And guess what? I will give you priority, because that's why we do this. Therefore, any thoughts on the geopolitical turmoil and impacts or potential impacts on the market? I am surprised that the market continues to grind higher considering the geopolitical. People are running out of cash. Their credit cards are exploding. Their savings are gone. Interest rates are exploding. They're having to sell cars. They're having to sell their Airbnb homes. There's a flood of inventory and assets coming back to the market. But for some reason, especially in the NASDAQ, I'm going to talk about this here. I've got the NASDAQ on my screen. I'm just kind of watching. It seems like we might bust out or break down. Either way, we're at an inflection point here. But notice what I've drawn on the daily. All right. On the daily here, we've got basically a trend line. It's a rather sloppy trend line, but nonetheless, it can be moved. There we go. That's probably a bit more like it. Excuse me. So we are just under. I'm going to move that price alert back up top there and have it tell me if the NASDAQ does decide to come up and tap that trend line. But I'm showing you this because I picked up QQ this morning. I've been patient. I've been waiting. I went back to the short side, the dark side this morning. I am in SQQ, pretty much right down here. And I'm also from yesterday in TZA. And this is what I wanted to kind of transition to. TZA is the inverse of the IWM. We're going to have to get some faster charts here. Okay. Let me back up. Here's the Russell 2000 today. Does that look good? No. We bounced up 4 or 5 days. I got short yesterday on TZA. It's working wonderfully. You've heard me talk about downtrending, bouncing up into the armpit, leaning on the declining moving averages, be it the 10 or the backstop 20, and then taking your short there. If you want to short things down here at new lows, you're just asking for this squeeze. So I was waiting, got my pitch, swung at it yesterday. And on the CPI news this morning, I added to it a little bit. So SQQ, TZA, we'll look at TZA again. That's the inverse of the Russell 2000, but it's also triple levered. So it's up 4.5%. That's my second position. Third position also came in long. I've had this for a few days, actually. This is FAS. This is the XLF. I bought it 2 days ago down here when it wicked. Let's look at the proper XLF, which is the financial ETF. So you're asking me, I think one of the biggest, most vulnerable sectors out there right now are the banks, the financials, the JP Morgans, the Goldman Sachs, Citigroups, Bank of America, Wells Fargo. They just don't look good. And so this XLF is an ETF that kind of establishes them all. Yeah, we've got the banking ETF, but those are regional banks. That's kind of a different story. This XLF is kind of based more on the big guys. So my third position is in FAZ. You'll see an FAZ here. You got to really type diligently with these charts. FAZ, you'll see, even though I don't like to use this chart as my base chart, but it still did the same thing. Instead of bouncing up into the armpit, FAZ, which is the financial inverse, has pulled back, and found support here, on this triple levered ETF. I don't really trust those indicators as much, but that's where I am. So to answer your question, maybe we're getting ready to start to react to what's going on there. I don't know. I'm not long. I am net short in one account. I can't go short in my 401k account. Therefore, that is in cash. There's nothing wrong with cash when things are uncertain. It takes a load off your mind. But I'm quite surprised, Perfect Circle, at how long it's taken for the market to really even find any fear based on what's going on in the world out there. Everybody's talking World War III, mortgage collapses, nobody buying homes, people living paycheck to paycheck. I think 77% of people are worried about their finances. 80% are living paycheck to paycheck. Those are the same people. So there's a lot of interesting surveys and data points out there that just makes you scratch your head and wonder, why the hell is this market continuing to levitate? There's many reasons. You can get into the weeds with, those in power don't want the market to fall. Hey, we can't have that. I don't know. Yeah, so QQQ is just really crazy today. It's the one where all the strength is. So if we go back to that, this is the one that I took this morning, SQQ. So I'm kind of just out of the money a little bit here, but I want to see how we close. I want to go back to the intraday. The intraday tells the story, really. So there's the Qs following my, ubiquitous 10 SMA. So, even though I'm short the Qs, I shorted them right about here and here, they're still holding this line. So for the moment, the buyers are still in control. Then we switch over to the S&P 500, which has a lot more financial and more broad-based participation. Come on, charts. And we see it's not really going anywhere. It's not rising. It is above its SMA, but it's doing so in a very sideways, choppy pattern. We can't really get above this 437 level. And then we look at the small caps. I mean, what the hell is going on over here? Why are the small caps absolutely just so weak today? So we've got a consolidation. We've got a test right here. So the IWM is going to be tested right here. Can it break the downside momentum that it came out of the gate with this morning? Or will it be thrown back down to lows because of this line touch? Stay tuned and we'll find out. We'll be here together. So what's happening, Shaw, that I'm seeing is the strength is in Apple, right? And I've got to turn that off. It seems like the market just wants to follow the big guys. Apple, yay, look at Apple. NVIDIA is doing great today, so that keeps the Qs up. But you know what? The world economy is not based on iPhones and semiconductor chips for gaming and mining. Strong NVIDIA chart. Meta, strong. So all the big 5 FANG stocks, Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Google, Apple, NVIDIA. I'm going to change Netflix out to NVIDIA, still an N. So there's a real bifurcation, a real dichotomy going on today. The market is saying, hey, everybody, tech, come on, follow us. Oops, there's only 3 Qs in there, Steve. Follow us, tech, let's go. But the banks, let's look at BAC. All right, BAC's got a little uptick there. Okay, maybe they're trying to do something with the banks here. Citigroup, a little bit of an uptick. Okay, so more than likely, this FAZ is going to start to flounder back a little bit because these banks, there we go, there's the red candle in FAZ. Long day. I make my decisions at the end of the day in terms of which ones to cull, which ones to keep. I will tell you this, I was short pretty good going into the close, and then I remembered we had CPI this morning. So I lightened up a little bit at the end of the close yesterday, only to just kind of let everything rush through. And now that everything's rushed through and opened up, added back a little bit of what I sold yesterday just to get back a little bit heavier short. But I'm not long. But the good news is I want to really hammer this point home here, especially in the IWM. Right, I went short the Russell 2000, and I did so on my terms. I didn't do it down here. I didn't do it down here. I waited 1, 2, 3, 4 days, a nice little double test of the underside of the armpit. These are my entries. I don't mind trying to short this market as long as I know I've got my pitch, because what do I mean by that? Yeah, we've got some consolidation here. It can go one of two ways. Since the path is down, the general current is flowing down, likely the odds are it will do what it did today. But if it didn't and it grinded back higher and closed higher today, that's my out. So I got kind of a small risk for a bigger reward. That's what I'm mostly really trying to focus on here. Not bullish this market whatsoever. I'm just not. I don't know what's keeping it up, but the price action has to confirm my story. But as long as the closing candle behave, we'll see what happens. But for the moment, while we were speaking, these financials all of a sudden kind of got a bid. And what happens is a lot of times Fed governors will find a microphone and just kind of goose things a little higher as far as interest rates and things go. So interest rate sensitive stocks are being banged around a little bit at the moment. So being a swing trader, these are kind of the things I look at. What are the sectors? What's strong? What's weak? As we notice, technology is the hand-down winner today. But for some reason, small caps are falling out of bed. So there's conflicting evidence there. Patrick, PT supporting. Yeah, the PPT is now named BlackRock. That's who PPT is now. Just BlackRock, Vanguard. And all they have to do is lean on the stuff. See, I'm not saying the market's rigged, but when you take an index of 100 stocks and you decide to bless 6 or 7 of those with incredibly high weightings, I don't know, is that statistically moral? Is that the right thing to do, or is that just a way to kind of massage the way you want things to be? And then as people just pile into Amazon, Google, Netflix, Nvidia, Apple, is that really a true measure of the economy, of the stock market? I don't think so. I think that's why the IWM, the Russell 2000, is telling the real story. Trevor, hello. Do you use 10 SMA scan to find your ideas or trade what you want to use into? I use the 10 SMA to trade what I want. So I kind of have a wheelhouse of 40 or 50 stocks. I will look at the sector indexes, and I will constantly gauge where we are on my 10-minute, on my 15-minute time frame, and my daily. So it's not so much, Trevor, that I'm waiting for a stock like this one right here. This is pull back to the 10 SMA. This is kind of what you're asking. I don't scan this thing and buy everything, trade everything on here. I'm kind of watching the stuff on my watch list over here, my like list. My 401k higher or low. These are just stocks I trade in and out of, things I've been in. I'm constantly updating that list. So I'm kind of trading a wheelhouse of stocks, and then I will go, of course, to, the semis are strong today. Am I looking to buy some semis? Let's see what's going on in semiconductor land. So I start from a top-down approach. But, right here is a perfect example. Oh, okay, the semis. Yeah, they look good. They've broken out of that wedge, but here we are, right? Are we going to hold this line? We're getting to midday. That's more likely when they start to break that line back down. But when I look over here, my God, I mean, how much more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't see 6 or 7 green candle days in a row in this type of market lately. The choppiness eventually, I think, is going to come back and show its head. We'll see what happens, but the semis and the big guys are holding up the cues today. I mean, I'm still in the money on my TZA and FAS that I brought home overnight. So, no complaints there, but I am not long. I'm not bullish. I'm not seeing any reason to be bullish. Even over the week, I tried a couple of longs here and there on my 401k, being contrarian, of course, not buying breakouts, looking for a good area to bid into, and then they work for a moment and then they just kind of roll back over. So hey guys, I'm caught up on questions. Give me 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Sorry for that. All right, why not point your 10 SMA scan at your 40, 50 stocks you watch? I could do that. It's not a bad idea. I mean, it's all in what you want to do. If I'm looking to be alerted in real time for things, I could do that. What Trevor's basically saying is, I could say, let's do this. Watch, we can actually do this right now, right here. So let's start from scratch. This is a pullback to the 10 SMA. So everything I bring up on here, when it came through, was pulling back to the 10 SMA. But these are names that I don't know. They're not in my wheelhouse. Oh, that's beautiful, isn't it? But we must remember, where has it come from? Where has it come? Big 3-day move, smashing right into the 50-day. So as beautiful as this looks here, this turns me off on the bigger picture. So that's my, kind of method as I go through this stuff. And I think a lot of things might look like that because we've had a good run in the market. Origin pulled back, it touched the 10 and it blew right through it. So let's take it a step further. What Trevor's saying is, why not point this particular scan to my wheelhouse? So we'll go to configure. I might even run this for a day. Why not? I mean, it's a great idea. I appreciate that thought. We're going to go to symbol list. And right now it's all symbols. But if I go to my liked, that means everything over here on this window, this my liked, will now become the stocks that are scanned. So let's go my liked, personal, select that. Now it's only from this list. So now we're no longer scanning the market. We're just doing my list. And nothing's come through as of yet. I'm going to add my 401k list to it too. We can do a double. We can double up on the symbol list. And that way, we'll just see what happens. So where's my 401k personal? Add that, enable that, and okay. Do we have anything? Do we have anything in history? History all. It might go back all the way to yesterday or something. We'll see. But I like that thinking, Trevor. Okay, so here we go. So Newmont is in my list. This was probably yesterday. Ideally, I'll get a blue. Usually it'll give me the, oh, here they are. They're way back here. I'm going to have to go way back. Let's do this. Okay, let's see if those show up. Fast. Okay, it's really slow the way it was drawing, but look, here was the last time that a stock in my watch list wheelhouse. Oh, come on. This thing is really sensitive. It's very delayed. Now it's really coming in on me too. I just want to highlight a point here. Come on. Anyway, yes, that will work. But I'm in a history here, and this history is going all the way back a while, many, many days. So it's been many days since any of my stocks that I've been watching have been moving upward, pulled back and tagged their 10. I mean, I'm not going to zoom in, but there it is right there. You can see it pulled back, but it eventually broke. So good, good concept and good use of the trade ideas existing technology to try and combine those two things together on your thinking. That was good. All right, FAS 200 SMA can act as support. Okay, so let's back up a second. I'm going to look at FAS. 200 could act as support. Yeah, it could. But what I often tell people is these triple levered ETFs on the daily chart don't necessarily want to trust the levels that you're seeing on there. I'm going to bring this in a little bit more. So what I do is actually, now that I'm looking at this, I'm seeing some resistance here on this 5-day. It's under a little pressure. It's not what I was hoping for. We jammed up this morning, hit my 5-day moving average roughly, and now we've been under pressure ever since. But we still got 3 hours to go. 4 hours to go. So back to FAS, Shaw, we do XLF. An XLF ideally will be under the 200-day. And there it is. So you see how the decay, the difference as to why I don't want to trust basing indicators, indecisions, and entry points using a triple levered ETF because they have overnight decay. Those daily charts are like a funhouse mirror. They're very distorted. And you just saw that example. So, if FAS was supported by its 200-day, which was flat, then you would think XLF is being resisted and held under the 200-day. But you can see all the space in between. This shows us the actual decay of not wanting to be in those triple levered ETFs more than 3 or 4 days. And the 3 or 4 days that you're in, you better hope that it's moving in your direction, because if it's just chopping around and doing nothing, you're going to lose that overnight decay, and that's no fun. Good questions. Maybe this is the crossroads where field trading and technical trading depart. Yeah, I mean, I still don't call myself a field trader, even though I do trade by feel, but I still base my feel based on the simple few indicators that I use, especially on the 15-minute there, that 10 SMA and that 5 SMA on the XLF, which acted as support. It's not out of the woods yet. Everyone thinks that the banks are just going to go lower, and they could. But the problem with the market is, and it's the most confounding, maddening situation, is the markets follow the maximum pain theory. It's almost like they go opposite of Occam's or on Occam's razor, whatever you want to call it. It's going to find the way to frustrate the most people most of the time. And usually what that means is when you've got everybody talking and headlines and tweets and emails and buzz, and your cab driver and your barber's telling you, oh man, it's October, market's going to crash. Sometimes that's a very good indicator for a contrarian drive higher. And I'm fully aware of that. I'm playing the odds right now, and I'm in the money today. But if I don't like what I see at the close of today, I'll get out. And I'm just taking little quick looks here told Andy, I feel like I'm kind of playing designated hitter. I jump up to the bat and I swing for the fence. I don't try and hit singles. That's just the way I've been on the short side because I know what happens when the markets break. But I also know that I can rely on my ability to manage risk and not get too beat up if I'm wrong. And again, what do I mean by that? I mean being contrarian. Shorting the market down here is not contrarian. You're just asking for being blown out. Waiting for a level up here that makes sense to go short is the way I like to do it. So again, if I'm wrong, I have a very small cover window to get out. But if I'm right, I can get, some good days. That's my thinking. NVIDIA is the darling of the day, that's for sure. What is it doing? Just grinding higher along that 10 SMA, isn't it? So it's in motion, it's in momentum until it no longer is. And for me, the very first closing 15-minute candle that rolls back over that 10 SMA and closes, not wicks or trades and bounces, but closes at the end below, and you start drawing a new candle underneath, that to me is the signal that short-term momentum is likely over. So if you're playing NVIDIA to the long side, the very first closing candle, if you get one underneath that rising 10 SMA, if you're a short-term player, get ready because that could be the early warning of profit taking. Yeah, so perfect circle. You've got to be contrarian in this market. You can't wait for a breakout. Moves go for about a day and a half. The worst thing you can do is see a stock that moved big yesterday, and then it's moving higher today, and then it's breaking out of a clear, obvious resistance level that everybody and their child can see. If you buy that as your setup and get in there at the breakout, you're just asking for it. I'm not saying short it. I'm just saying don't chase. So on the flip side, you're trying to buy strong stocks, but maybe after a few days of pullback. Or if you're shorting a stock after a few days of bounce, you sell the rips, you buy the dips. Okay. Hate to say it, Steve. I'm not proud of it. I made more money. Yeah. Being country, you have to be contrarian, especially now, more than ever right now. 2 years ago in the COVID bull market, monkeys were throwing darts and making money. You can't just buy highs and make them go higher anymore. You have to pick your spots and pick your time frame and get out before you lose it. Don't waver from my position management. Yeah, my position management plan is simply that I don't waver from is to wait to the end of the day on the daily candles or wait for the end of the 15-minute candle on the intraday. Both of those I'll pay attention to. Yes, so Shaw, I'm just saying FAS is a great mover when XLF is going down, which is what you want for FAS. But you can't base your decision on looking at that and saying, oh, look how close it is to the 20 and the 200 day. There's going to be support there. We can't base decisions off of this chart. We have to base decisions off of the underlying XLF. That is not a triple. There's no decay. There's no distortion. We use the XLF as our benchmark. And for the moment, the XLF has tried 3 times, including today in the open, to get back above that declining red line, which is a declining 20-day moving average. Now, I'll tell you this, if we turn around and we bounce above and close above that declining red moving out, I'm getting out at the close, 5 minutes before the closing bell. I'm not going to stick around for a green candle that closes above a key level that I was leaning on to short. So that's not a free look, but it's a paper cut look. And if you're wrong, it's a bit of a paper cut. If you're right, it starts to move, and then you can add to it, on any pullback or any opportunity of consolidation. Hello, Marius. Hello. If you have a question, please, if you need help, let me know what your question is on the product. and I can help you design or figure out something on the Trade Ideas platform. Marty, what's up? What is a buyable pullback that isn't a takeout? I don't know. Takeout charts are always look the same. They've got those giant gaps. Sometimes you'll see them on this scan. Let's see if there's one on here. If you mean purchase, once the stock isn't a takeout or a purchase or a buyout, if that's what you mean, those kind of things happen overnight. But if I'm missing your question's context, let me know. A buyback, pullback that isn't a takeout. Oh, I think I know what you mean. When is a buyable pullback that isn't just going to blow back down through it? Let me know if I'm on track, Marty. Funhouse mirror analogy. Yeah, it's distorted. It gives you a distorted view, and we see it very clearly. Again, for those that didn't see it, FAZ is a triple levered bear on the financials. And what we see is it's snuggled up right here next to its 200-day moving average and its 20. But we cannot get caught up on that. We can't base decisions on this because this is a distorted chart. We have to go to the fundamental underlying XLF. And we notice, well, like I was saying earlier, it is battling that 20. So that's my focus. The 200-day really has nothing to do, and I don't want to ride this thing up to the 200-day. So that's why there's a big discrepancy there on the XLF and the FAZ. Fake out. Gotcha. Yeah, that isn't a fake out. In this market, there's been so many fake outs. Marty, I think I told you, I spent the last couple of weeks trying in my 401k to buy contrarian pullbacks, but they just kind of just fail. And so I got so darn tired of just paper cut after paper cut in my 401k. A couple winners here and there, but I mean, I'm just treading water. I mean, I think I've been at the same level for a couple months now. I can't grow the account, but it's not going backwards. So I'm just kind of letting it rest, giving it a shower. Okay, yes, scanner building. My processes, I want to take a stock. Okay, I remember this one from yesterday. Okay, so the stock's like this. And so do you have something in mind as an example, Marius, that is a stock chart that we could look at today? And more importantly, the time of day at which you think you might want to be alerted to it, because what we need is a symbol and a time of day, and then we can work backwards from there. And thanks for showing up, because this will help. Let me get my page set up for the stocks like this. I think it's under education. I'm not sure. No, it's trying to remember where they have that thing hidden. Help and resources. Traders area. Stocks like this. Okay, so this is what we are referencing. So today, is there a chart that you like? I mean, let me just preface this by starting off by saying we can't use this tool to come in here and just say, show me what's the most profitable and best thing to configure and buy. It takes a little bit of configuration of what we want. Okay, TPST. So I think that was the one. And what time yesterday was TPST? I got to reset my connection here so we can get a feel for It's like reverse engineering, right? We're reverse engineering to see at that moment in time in TPST what filters and alerts we're triggering. And then we can kind of reverse engineer. 1605. So is that what time is that Eastern? Um, you're gonna have to clarify the time zone because I'm in Pacific. This is based on Eastern. See right there, it says Eastern time, so we've got to translate that to Eastern. 405. Okay. So post market, after market. Okay, I don't know. Let's see what happens. Let's see if it even accepts that value post market. So it looks like we have military time, which you were correct to start with. So 1605. Thank you for that. So we're looking at 5-minute time frames. What we can also say is show me 10, 15, 30, but 5-minute is going to be the fastest time frames in terms of filters, alerts, new highs, and things like that. So pop in the symbol, TPST, and let's submit. And I'm going to go ahead. Invalid time. Let's just see what happens if we move to 1405. Submit. It's because I had the wrong date. Wednesday. Let's try this again. 1605 yesterday. Submit. There we go. Okay. First batch is our events, our alerts. So what's interesting is what we'll try and do is reverse engineer this into something that might work. So I'm looking for the event. We don't want to add too many events, but what might have been a good event to look at here? 1-minute volume spike. That happened a lot. Let's try that. Let's see what happens if the 1-minute volume spike is our, and we could probably add a second one too. The unusual prints. I'm just kind of spitballing here, but now, so the volume at that time was off the charts. Interesting. Volume today, average number of prints, volatility, 2-minute range. Candles. Change from the close, it was up. So it's basically showing us every single possibility of filter, but these values in here are what tell us what the value was at the time. This might be interesting. That's pre-market. Okay, above pre-market high, above pre-market low. We don't have post-market. Yeah. Well, for the filters, if we go back to TPST, there's not much we could do with average volume because it basically just came alive. Also, let me go into the properties here. And I'm going to turn on post-market to see what it is you're looking at. Okay, so this was post-market yesterday. There's nothing really happening at that time of day. So, I would rather want to know what TPST was doing, like maybe right here. Or wait a minute, let's see. Is this 10:11? Why isn't it showing me post-market for yesterday? Oh, I guess it is. So 10:11 at 4. So this was yesterday right there. I mean, we want to find something significant on the chart. So let's, let's do this. I mean, if we go back here and say, okay, TPST, this was the moment it gapped up and chopped around, and right here at, let's go to a 5-minute time frame, since we're going to scan for a 5-minute time frame. We'll just scroll back a little bit. Gosh, you know what? I'm going to turn off my browser interface just so I can manage this a little better. And I like the way it gives me the post market. Okay. Let me get the full Monty in here. Okay. So here's today. 10:11. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm using this is my time. I need a 1:15 closing. This is all post market. Okay. So at 1:35 right there. Are you trying to go long on TPST, or are you trying to short it? I'm trying to figure out what you want to duplicate. So I'm looking at Tuesday, October 10th, 4:05, 5 minutes. So we're on the 5-minute chart here. That would be 1:05 for me. So 1:05. In on what you're looking for. But that big spike, just kind of reversed and did nothing. And I'm also going to say, I don't know if trying to do stocks like this in pre and post market is the best idea. So you want to go long. So let me suggest this. Let me suggest, we go back to yesterday when it all started. And you say, wow, this was a really incredible mover. It was gapped up a lot. But what happened, right here on this candle? This is 7:50, so that'll be 10:50 Eastern. Let's go back and rerun this. 10:15 Wednesday, 10:15 Eastern. That's when the stock started to take off yesterday. That's what we want to kind of reverse engineer to see when we can see other things possibly doing something like that. So a whole new batch is going to come out here. All right. Now we're not in, we're in the morning. We've got less stuff going on here, but it looks like, let's see. Upward thrust, 5 minutes. That's interesting. Let's select that. And this is where it was interesting in terms of the change and all that. I'll try and catch up with you. I'm just trying to, backtrack here and just really try to start with this TPST example. The volume, the volume 5 minutes, volume 10 minutes, volume 15 minutes, those were all really strong. We could throw that in there. We can adjust that. Volatility, we could try and play with that one. Gap percent. This one had a pretty big gap. That's a very big gap. Consecutive candles. I don't see a whole lot of consecutive candles in there. Change. See change from the close. Okay, so percent. That's a big one, but I'm still gonna select that. And copy to config window. Select. I usually don't go directly from this page. I will take, Let's see, we take the cloud, copy. Let's see if this works. File load from cloud. Is that going to work? I don't think so. No, that's not it. I normally don't use this page. So my current settings, stocks like this, accept changes. There we go. So this is the cloud page, I believe. Let me see if that works. No, that doesn't work. Yep, that does work. Okay. Stocks like this. We're going to have to make some adjustments here because some of those filters were insane. Change from the close, 700%. Nah, I think we should put a minimum of 10% in there, no maximum. Maybe the volatility helps. I don't know. Volume 5 minutes. We want a pretty good value for volume in 5 minutes. I'm going to say at least 1,000, which is 10 times normal, 10 times normal volume. And let's just see if this brings in anything now. Oh, I have to select the alert. I'm sorry. We got to go to configure, and we used upward thrust. Upward thrust 5 minutes. Add alert. Upward thrust. Now, if we can find in the history, TPST, this is our big goal right here, symbol list. Single symbol. TPST. Let's pray this thing comes in. It didn't today, but what about history? Look at that. Yesterday at 7:05. Let's scroll back a little bit. Let's get rid of pre and post market because I can't stand those. Okay, here's our, let's see what happens. Click. Look at that. I want you to highlight right here. You see this? That was showing you TPST was in play. It was gapped up. It was having incredible volume. It held that level and then it moved higher all day. So this is a really good starting point. I'm going to give you this as a starting point, but more importantly, I think the lesson to learn there was we've got to look at the chart, Marius, and determine what's the area of interest that you want to be alerted to. And that morning push as it made a new high early in the morning is where we reverse engineered some 5-minute ideas. Now, I'm going to go back and I'm going to take off configure and I'm going to say all symbols. So what that gives us now is all things in real time. And this was today. We've only had a few names. Let's take a look. Okay, a couple things have been moving higher. That one's been going sideways. But nonetheless, this would have caught that name yesterday early. So I'm going to call that a success. And I'm going to save and share this scan for you. And I'm going to send it over. More importantly, we walked through the steps and the methodology of using stocks like this. Okay, I built a scanner called NewsLeak. There's no way to match anything with a corporate release. We don't have news in our events in our system. We can only monitor what's happening in price. But if something happens that's a big deal, the price is going to move and you're still going to see it. Unusual number of prints. It looks like we didn't need that one. I'm backtracking here, but that's when I was looking after market. And again, I don't really recommend trying to reverse engineer after market. There's not a lot of data. Things are very thin. You don't get the value of what you would get during the regular session. Marty's chiming in here. I can say I never build my own scan, just use the ones shared. Do you suggest stocks like this for building? What order of building an idea? Well, I mean, what I did earlier was, I mean, if you have a scan that you like, but you only want to trade the names that you know, then you would do that. You would add a symbol list and use the stocks like this, and you can constantly add and delete them. But say, hey, I only want to buy pullbacks to the 200-day moving average or whatever you have. That scan is going to be limited as it shows, those names. That's only coming from your list, not the entire stock universe. What order of building an idea? I just say figure out what you want to look for first. What type of, you have to find an example. If we're talking about using that stocks like this, you have to find the perfect example of the chart that was just so perfect, you wish in hindsight you would have bought it. And then you use that moment in time in the stocks like this. Hello, Barry.
Wow, I've been listening to you, and I wanted to butt in. Marius is talking about PST after hours yesterday. That was
Yeah.
way too wild. I mean, way too wild. There'd be no way you could,
Yes.
even if the stocks like this kind of worked
Yes.
after hours, it was way too wild. I mean, that thing got halted 48 times, I think, during the day, and then after hours, it didn't get halted at all, even though it was more erratic. But it's because halts don't happen after hours. So that would have been almost impossible. But your idea of finding it earlier is absolutely the way to go.
All right, HS, I apologize. I found your question. I backed up. We got sidetracked. But GRBK, I'm sorry to tell you, I don't like. There's really nothing solid about this technically. Housing operative builders, tough sector it could be. But look at the 200-day moving average. It acted as support back here, gave way, and now the 200-day moving average is a pivot moving average. It's now acting as resistance. So you're really behind the 8 ball on this one. I would be careful. Unless you know something I don't. The scan that I just did, Arvind, I think it's still in my, it's still in my clipboard. It's right there. Quickly I'll show you. You can right click. Yeah, you right click and you say copy link or copy link address. And then you go to File, Load from Cloud, and it will load right in there. It should. There it is, like that. All righty. I don't think I missed any more questions, but I don't have time. I got to run. So
Bye, Steve.
Sorry if I missed anybody, but yeah, you send me an email if I missed something. Okay. Thanks,
Steve.
Barry. I got to run. Bye.
Talk to you later. Bye. Marius and others, I can maybe add some more flavor to it if you give me a moment. Okay, just stick around. Guys, okay, I'm back in both rooms. We're talking about building scans and all that using the stock like this. That was the topic. But I'm going to give you maybe a little bit of a flavor that you might like also. Just give me a moment. Just got to get my music going. Now, I don't do the stocks like this that much anymore. But if I were going to do it, it is the stock history stocks like this template. Okay, I'm going to load it. I'm going to share it first. Okay, I'm going to give it to you, but I'm going to display what it's looking for. Okay, you might like this a little bit better. So now I'm going to load it. So now don't get overwhelmed by what you see. Okay. The stocks like this, of course, works in 5-minute increments and all that. But what you can do here is you can put, these are just filters, okay? These are just filters that I've added on the top here, okay? So for instance, if I wanted to right click, go to configure, and go to symbol list, single symbol is what you want. So let's just take for argument's sake OPGN this morning, okay? OPGN. And we're doing the same sort of analysis, okay? And every time it made a new high, you just have to have a trigger. I'm going to say a new high. So I do a history. So, I mean, this is all, but you see this, now this is when, now OPGN, of course, was a wild one this morning. So you can see that it goes in whatever increment you want. There's at 931, 51, but here's 942, 942, 942. Excuse me. It's not just every 5 minute increments. And this is what I'm saying. You can add whatever filter column you want. But this is telling me what was happening. Right at 931, when OPGN made a new high, there was the price, there was the volume, the gap, huge gap. There's a gap percent. These are all the values, okay, that triggered when, and then at 942, just to make it this out of the way, at 942, these were the values. So there was a bit of a lull for 10 minutes before anything happened. It didn't make a new high until 942. But you can, I mean, this is, I don't want to call it a more professional way to do it, but I think it gives a clearer picture because you can control the filter values that you're interested in. These are just filters up here. And so I can tell exactly what was triggering, at the time, right to the second, you know. So you can kind of zero in a little bit more when some, and so that's the whole idea. When if you take a look at a stock today, you said, wow, what was happening, right at 952. Well, you can run something like this and you'll see exactly what was happening at, I'm using an example 952, but there's 954, 240, 25,000. So you were asking, well, what filters are the most relevant? Well, I would always start off with the relative volume filter. Okay, the relative volume filter is going to show you stocks that are trading really abnormally. Now, I'm not saying you have to put a minimum of 484, okay, because you're not going to see too many stocks like that. You could, if you're looking for something right at the beginning of the day, you could maybe put 200. You're only going to see stocks that are going crazy. Um, the volume in 1 minute percent, so that's 700, 7 times normal right there, 24 times normal right there, things like that. There's no, hard and fast rule. Well, what is the magic filter that's going to show me, that the stock now, and the whole idea, of course, building this is to try to find out something that could be similar later, like later on in the day or tomorrow or the next day. I mean, that's the whole idea. Obviously, that's why it's called stocks like this. Doesn't mean it's going to react exactly the same way. Okay. No, no, no. These are not, yes, but they're not added. What you did was you took the alert and you added every single filter into your scanner. Okay. So for instance, that's why you like, this is my alert scanner for momentum, right? So if I look at it, this is all I've got. I just have these are my filters. What you did is you took every single filter and added it. So it was like a huge list long. You probably wouldn't get it. You might not get any alerts. So all this is doing, then what you do from here is you pick and choose the filters that you might want to add. Okay. You pick and choose the filters. This is just at a glance telling you the filter values, and you kind of have to then. This is why, I mean, it's not easy. I mean, there's no magic bullet to any of this. But you might look at something and go, "Wow, that looks really significant." So maybe I should use the change from the open at least 130%. Okay. Maybe I look at, if this were an options, it doesn't trade options. You can see right off the bat, no options. So that's why it says zero. um, Maybe the change in 1 minute. You want to, you have to kind of pick and choose, and that's why I'm saying there is no right or wrong one. Though I would always have the relative volume filter. Okay, I would always have it, and put some kind of a minimum in. So remember, understand these are just the column headers. It's like looking at the stock like this that you're used to and not checking every single filter, which is what you basically did, or you took 30 of them. Roll the volume always, okay? Always. Always, always, always. I mean, if you're looking for stocks trading abnormally, the relative volume filter, always. So you can play around with this, okay? I mean, I've given this to you. The trick is, and you can take some of these columns out if you want. This is just in the configure. where you can add something as you get used to using trade ideas. See, these are all the columns I've got. You know, these are all the, remember now, this doesn't, this is, they don't all have, these are just columns. They're not part of the scan in terms of the actual scan itself. These are just the column headers. And then I can take a look at the values and say, yeah, okay, maybe I should add this average true range as one of my filters. Maybe I should add the relative volume as one of my filters. That makes sense? And again, the trick is just to go, when you have this, if you want to use this, I mean, you don't have to. You can stick with the other one. The trick is just go to your symbol list, and this is a drop down menu, and pick single symbol and type in the symbol. Just put the symbol in. Well, you would just pick a symbol that you thought, man, this really ran today. What if I could find something that did the same thing tomorrow? Well, you pick a symbol, okay, that you want to try it on. That's why I'm saying you go into the symbol list. So if you took this and then I mean, typically what I use is a new high of the day. You can use a new 5-minute high as a trigger but you might get way too many alerts. Okay. Yeah. Pick a symbol, any symbol. Okay. Pick a card, any card. But seriously, pick a symbol that you think, man, I wouldn't mind seeing that pattern tomorrow if I can find it. That's where you would start. And remember, so all you do is if you took this one, you just right click, configure, symbol lists, and then this is a drop down, just pick single symbol and put the symbol in, say okay. And once you say okay, then the next thing to do, because you only just do a history, right click and then do a history today. And then that'll show you every single. And you can see what happened. It stopped at 1021 because that was the last time OPGN made a new high for the day. Well, you could do it for I mean, you could do it for I mean, probably as Steve tried today, TPST. This is what happened today, but if you're talking about yesterday, you just click on yesterday and do well, there you go. Okay, so this is what you would have seen. I mean, just a huge number. Okay, starting at 9:30 because it made a new high right at 9:30 and 9:30. I mean, you can see how this, and it did not make another new high until 9:46. So you may start here because from 9:30 to 9:46 it really didn't do anything. And then all of a sudden it jumped up at from 220 and went to 243. Then you can start looking at these. There's the relative volume of, I mean, huge. I mean, crazy. If you're good, you probably wouldn't want to use 4,400% because I mean, you would only see stocks like TPST. I get it, but you may not see very many. Okay, so, but again, understand all of these columns, you can add or take out any one of these columns, and all these columns are the different filters that we have. So if I click on more, you're going to see, well, let me just go to a filters because that's all you want to see. These are all of the filters that we have. Look at all the filters that we have. Okay. And so you could look at something, or maybe you want something more to the VWAP. I don't know. I might have it up here, but again, this is all what you want to see. And some here you may not care about. So, so again, I cannot tell you what is the magic combination of filters to use on every like individual stocks that you're going to see through here. There just isn't one. And understand that just because something worked with a combination of filters that you have picked, it doesn't mean it's going to work the next day in the way you think. But that's why you can always try it, create the alert scan, try it, and then you can always start tweaking it a little bit later. I don't know what the I really don't know, Marius, what the you just can't use so many because you'll never get any alerts. Okay, it's almost like trying to curve fit. You got a 30, because remember what the filters are. It's and all these like all everything has to match or meet the minimum requirement in the filter that you've got. So, the relative volume of two and the volume 1% of 2100 and this and that and that and that. So obviously the more you have, not saying you won't get any alerts, but the more you have, you'll absolutely reduce the number of alerts that you'll ever get. But I don't know what the max number is, but 30 is way too many. I mean, it's not feasible. It's like, excuse me, it's like when I started out trading, excuse me, sorry. And I wanted to, I didn't know what I was doing. So, but I was reading everywhere. Well, you must use MACD and RSI and stochastics and CCI and everything. And I had my charts loaded up with, I had like, probably 15 different indicators on the charts. And for me, eventually I realized this is way too complicated for me. I can't, I'm not seeing anything or so I just started eliminating for me, okay, for me, I started eliminating virtually every indicator. And then, I'm down to like the 200-day moving average. That's about it. Okay. And I know where the VWAP is. That is my style though. So it's the same thing. If you start throwing in like 13, 15, 20 alerts or filters, I mean, you just may not get anything at all. Meanwhile, the market, whoa, look at the market, guys, as I'm rambling on here. Look at this market. I'm trying to answer your question here too. Candle pattern, 5-minute bullish engulfing. Is it possible for the alert to start when the last candle is fit? No, no, it isn't. I'm sorry. Okay, guys. So I have some. Okay, I have some questions. Yes. Okay. Spread is not available in the race because it's not. The spread is sort of irrelevant because remember now a topless window gets updated every 30 seconds or so. Okay, so the spread at the time, I mean, the spread can vary so greatly. In 1 second it could be five pennies, and then the next second it could be 10 cents. The next time it could be 1 cent. So it could be all over the place. So the spread is not available as a filter, except in an alert window, not in a topless window. Because remember, an alert window, okay, you want to get a real-time alert. So at the time of the alert, the spread was what you wanted it to be. But guess what? A second later, that 5 cent spread that you wanted could turn into 20 cents. There's no guarantee it's going to be the same even a second later. Um, all right, let me try. The TI anchored VWAP pop is kind of annoying. Every time I'm on a different dock channel, the anchored VWAP channel pops up and switches me there. All right. Okay, so here I'm on I'll get onto our pre-market channel, okay, just for fun. So here you are. Okay, so you're saying you're on a different docked channel bar. The anchored VWAP channel pops up. Okay, I'm going to keep it here. Now, so what are you saying? Because this is the anchored VWAP channel right here. I don't even use float anymore, Marius, to be honest, because unless you just really want to see a low float situation. Of course, I don't use float because the majority of time in a momentum scan, the float is going to be low because, how does a stock pop, 1,000% in 1 minute? Typically, not 1,000% in price, but have a volume pop. Most of the time, anything I'm seeing here is going to be a low float, but that's up to you. If you want to put float in as one of the conditions. I mean, obviously, if it's a super low float, under 5 million or something like that, yeah, you can get the TSPTs. But okay, no, I'm trying to figure out what you mean here because I'm on a channel, and the anchored VWAP channel is not popping up. So I'll go to another one. I'll go to the anchored VWAP. Here it is. I'll go to explosive winners. I'm just not seeing it. Not seeing. Are you doing the same thing I'm doing? You're not accidentally clicking. I mean, the anchored VWAP channel pops up and switches me there. I don't see how Pepe, is that even possible? You might not even have to do with stocks like this, Marius. Why don't you just start off with an alert with an alert window and put in, if you excuse me, start off with a low float, whatever you consider a low float is, put in a high short interest, whatever you consider that is, and start from there. A price range, a minimum volume, a minimum relative volume, and start right there. Run from that without really going to the stocks like this. So note, can you hear me? You came. That's too bad. You may not be still in the room. I see that you asked that question just as I was going on my break, 11:59. So note. Are you still here? Sorry. I don't think note is still around. No, that was Steve Gomez moderating on our. I have my break between 12 and 1, so I can't help note. I mean, yeah, unfortunately, Miri, we can't do that. Yeah, your question, we cannot refer to a previous candle like that. Well, downturn, this market downturn has probably hurt a lot of long trades, guys. Oh, I can't tell you. So you don't have trade ideas, Mary? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I'm looking at my trading platform, Chart Studies. I don't know. I can't, I have no idea. Relative volume is a proprietary filter that we've got. Excuse me. Excuse me. It has, what it does is in a very simple way of explaining it, it looks at the average volume over the last 10 days up to the time of day. Okay. So at 1:19 right now, PM Eastern time, if I look at SECO, it's 75 times normal, okay, based on up to this time of day. So if I just give me a moment. I mean, there's more to the filter than this, but in a very simple way of explaining it. So up to 1:19 PM Eastern time over the last 10 days, what the volume has been, well, it's 75 times normal that, okay? I can't tell you what you could use in any other program. There is more to it than that. It takes into account the volatility, the 5-minute, 15-minute candles, and all that. I just can't. So Marius, I cannot tell you what you would use in E-Trade Pro or. I'm aware. I mean, Marius, I don't know if that's what he meant exactly. We always like if you listen to me enough, you'll know that I'm aware of where the 200-day moving average is. So if I, for instance, if SECO, the 200-day moving average was at $1, right? So if SECO were on the move here, instead of taking that big gap up, but if it were on the move and it was starting to approach that 200-day, for instance, I wouldn't take the trade unless it broke it, as an example. So I'm aware of where the 200-day is, and I'm aware where the VWAP is. Just because I think, both of those could either act as support or resistance. Whew, what a downturn in the market. So the short interest is the percentage of the float that is short. Okay. So the higher that number is, and if a stock is on the move, what's one that has a high short interest? Like I think Carvana probably is a good idea, a good one. Here's the theory behind a short interest. Yeah, so 37% short. So of the float, 37% is short, meaning that people are betting it's going down. Okay. So when Carvana was doing this, you have to think, let's just say Carvana came out with some insane news today. Microsoft is buying us for $100. Okay, I mean some insane news, and that would be or a rumor that something like that is happening. So all of a sudden the stock is starting to move, 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 move. All these people who are short are probably gagging right now because they have to, if they believe the rumor, they're going to start covering their short position. And remember what that means? That means I have to buy the stock, which further fuels more buying. That's when you hear, the term a short squeeze. So the higher that short float percent, when a stock is in play for whatever reason, yeah, it can help fuel more. It can help, just one moment, please. Guys, I'll be right back. Okay, give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Where was I? What was I talking? Oh, Carvana. So we're talking about the high short float interest. So yeah, I mean that works to your favor, of course, if you want to go long something, and it's some for whatever reason it was in play. Look what happened with Carvana. There was really, I mean, I know Carvana had some news, debt. They raised some money, I think, and had some maybe some, even some analysts saying, okay, maybe it's not as bad. So that was what's happening here. But I mean, look, since then, so it's always a tricky one. So, like you could construct your own alert window, maybe put a minimum float of 15%. Okay. Short float percent. It's up to you what you want to put as a float. I mean, that's an 84 or that's 84 million. It's not super low. In theory, we have seen some short float interest is over 100%. I mean, it shouldn't. Okay. I mean, rarely will you ever see that. This data gets updated every 2 weeks. Okay, it's not. This is something coming from the exchanges, or it's nothing that we can't do anything about that. Our data provider, it's just the way it is in the market. So think of it as the 15th and the 30th every month, unless the 15th or the 30th shows up on a weekend. Meanwhile, marketing. Wow, what a sell off. Just a minute, guys. I'm just following internal discussion. Then I have to do my video. Give me a moment, guys. Yes, the short interest figure, yes. If you're looking right here, the short float, the short interest, the short float percent, as we call it, that is the percentage, that is a percentage number of the float that is short, yes. So INMD, as an example, has 76 million in the float, 10% of it is short. Wow, so I'm, just getting so much now, of course, in the abnormal option activity scan, stocks on the way down with this market, just taking a bit of a header. Okay, I was gonna do my video. Okay, so you can kind of do that, Mary, okay? You can, if you, the question is, which is so-called the best sector, and what stock in that sector is doing the best. So if you click on our doc channel bar, click on new and then doc channel bar, and then click on the show more. So you get down to the sector status. Now, right now, we're probably not going to see very many positive sectors, but okay, so this is showing the major sectors, okay? So there's energy, XLE, this is the major ETF for energy. What that 47% is showing you is that 47% of the stocks are up from yesterday's close, okay? Still, technology, and this is showing them. This is actually, I think, the change from the open. It's, if you want to, you can sort on it in different ways: the change from the close or the change from the open. So you could look at, if you want to look at sort of a counter way of looking at it. So if you look at communications, 85% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. But we've got only two. I have it sorted on the change from the close. EA, Electronic Arts, is above. So it is running up slightly counter to what the sector is doing, as an example. Okay. I would, with a grain of salt, because I mean, look what's happening. It is starting to follow the market, of course. But yeah, you can take a look at this, and here are the list of the stocks. So if you wanted to find the worst one, you scroll all the way down, and there's EPAM. This is the worst performing one in technology that make up the technology sector. If you want to, and even though, so 64% of them are down, but CLAC is up. So you can kind of, look at utilities. I mean, there's only one utility. I mean, it's barely up, but there's only one utility that is up today. That make up XLU, as an example. Okay. So you could have this, remember, with the dot channel bar, that's the whole idea of the dot channel bar. So you could shrink this down, and you can, this is a race that is telling you, well, what are they? There is even more sectors in here, I guess. but you could have this sort of shrunk down if you wanted to, and you could refer to it. Though, it's a little hard, of course, then to see the symbols. It's up to you. You could, in theory, take each one of these sectors and pop them out so you could have them on your own. So if you just wanted today, for instance, if you thought, you know what, I want to follow the energy sector today all day, then you take this energy sector scan that we have, right click, and duplicate it into a free floating window. Just give me a moment because it popped up into another monitor. It popped onto my other monitor. So here it is. Okay, free floating. So you could take each one of these if you wanted to. So you could take each one of these if you wanted to and pop them out and then create just a layout like this without having to load the channel, in theory, if that makes sense. You could pop each one of these out or whichever one, and then you could just create a channel of your own, or you could just use this. And depending on how many monitors you've got, you could just have this sitting, on another monitor if that's what you wanted to do. So you could, refer to it all day long if that's what you wanted to do. Okay, I'm going to show you something, Marius, because a lot of these questions, I mean, I don't mind answering them, but some I won't necessarily be around. You might be working at night and you want to find out something. So if you do this, right click, configure, and do your search, and do a search on the days to cover. Okay, days to cover. Okay, caps lock off. There it is. Okay, there it is. Help, help. And this is going to tell you. I know we've got a new help menu, so hopefully it works. I've got to find it because for some reason it opens into, okay. Okay. So here is the whole thing. Divided by its average daily volume gives you an idea how many short sellers there are compared to the typical activity of the stock. A higher number means that the market has a bearish sentiment about the stock. A lower number is more bullish. Okay. So So anything that you're interested in, what do we have for MACD? Okay, you can do it. This is what we have. You want to find out more about it? Help. Like a TI Google, exactly. Well, there's no such thing as the days that shorts have to buy it back. Okay. Okay. There's nothing like that. I mean, it all depends on your account. I mean, if you've got a huge account and you've got a short position and there, you could keep that position open in theory forever. Now if you start getting margin calls and this and that, but there's nothing that dictates you can only hold a short for 10 days or 20 days. Okay. Depends on their account size. So yeah, there's nothing that's going to show you that. Okay, how do you create your own channel bar? By the way, I took this Minto trade, or this Mints trade. I actually took it in my real account too. This is not, we don't talk about how many shares and all that, but I wanted to show in the simulator how you can take a trade, and I decided to take it in my real account. This has been unaffected by the market completely. MNTS been completely unaffected by what's happening in the market. Just give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, just to sort of answer your question also, Mira, you cannot create a channel bar for yourself, but you can create up to 5 channels if that's what you mean. Okay, so if I click on new and then dock channel bar, okay, and then you see at the top it says new channel. So the first step would be to create the channel that you want. In other words, a layout, more than likely a layout that you want to see. Okay, if that makes sense. So you have to create your layout that you would want to see, and then you can put that layout as a channel. So for instance, so if I right click and then it says edit custom channels, so you can have 5 of them. Edit custom channels, and then where it says add channel. So now you select from the cloud. Okay, so that means that you've created your layout and you've put it in the cloud. And these are things that I've got. But if I went to a layout, let's take a layout. No, Barry test drive layout. I can't remember what it is, but I'll select it. Okay. And now I can put the name of it, input the name. I'll call it Barry test drive. Excuse me. Say okay. I could put an image. Okay, I don't get too involved in any of this. I only have one channel that I created. But I guess you can upload some image, but also say okay, apply it. Now here it is. See how it's appeared now? But the first step is to create a layout that you would like to see, because these are just layouts. Everything in the channel bar is a layout. So again, the first step, create the layout, and then right click, edit custom channels, add a channel, and then select from the cloud, and then you'll see it. You should see it up here. You can either go, you know, the layouts, or, in theory, I guess if you just wanted some scan up there all the time, you could, like one window. But most people probably create some kind of a layout that they like to see. Let me get rid of it because I don't want it. So I'm just going to delete the channel. So I've just deleted the channel. That I would call is sort of an advanced topic also. I mean, people don't have to do that. Well, I was going to do a look at this though. Let's see if anything is sort of running counter. Yeah, the MNTS guys. Wow. Okay, cool. It's pulled back some, but Okay, I am going to do my video now. I know what I'm going to say and do. So give me, what time is it now? A little bit late, actually, 13:43, so 1:43. To be the absolute latest. Okay, so I'm muting myself now. No, whatever the back so far is, that's as far as you can go back, Marius, okay? You cannot go back any further. All right, guys, I'm muting. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, I did, you know what? I did my video on this one, the MNTS, because you hear the term many times, trying to capture alpha, a stock that is like alpha. Basically, the way I define it anyway, is a stock that's trading really on its own. It doesn't care what the market's doing. Look what the market's doing. Now, a lot of these little ones don't care. I mean, that's the whole idea. Some of these ones they just don't care. But this is a great example of a stock that is an alpha stock, not caring at all what the market is doing. And yeah, boy, this is again, we don't talk about how many shares we take. I actually did take this one. I took this one in the simulator. I wanted to show people how you could do it. And I ended up taking it on my own a little bit later than the 268, but wow. So at this point, what I can do is I can get out of half my position. Okay, this is in the simulator. So now I'm down to 250 shares. Some very, very basic hotkeys. Flatten gets me out of the trade. Half gets me out of half. Double doubles my position. All right. Question in our YouTube room. Ugo, which are the big players that really command the American market, please? I'm not sure how I can answer that. But are you talking about, the Goldman Sachs of the world and I mean the big investment banks? Is that what you mean? Oh, the futures market. I have no idea. We don't scan the futures, so I don't really know. Maybe somebody in the room might have an idea. Question is, what big players really command the American market, the futures market? I couldn't tell you that. All right, has the selling abated? I'm just waiting to see if somebody answers that, Hugo. We don't scan for futures. Our program doesn't scan for futures, so I don't know how many futures traders there are. So I can't really answer that question. I couldn't tell you, Hugo, because I do not. I mean, I would think that Morgan Stanley and J.P. Morgan and Goldman, all the big guys. But I don't follow. I don't like what we do here in Trade Ideas with the stocks that we see, the abnormal activity stocks that we see every day. It doesn't really matter who's following them. Most of the, gold, it doesn't really matter. Okay. So I don't follow anybody. The only time we might follow somebody is when I at 9 o'clock Eastern time when I open the room, when I get on the mic, we talk about the stocks that have been upgraded and downgraded. And sometimes, if Goldman Sachs has had an upgrade or a downgrade on a stock, we might take a special look at it. But other than that, I don't really follow anything in terms of once the market opens. I don't really follow who's behind anything. IPOs maybe. Has the selling stopped? That's the thing. Has the selling stopped? So now I'm out of my position also, okay, with the MNTS. Just want to show you what these columns are telling you. So at one point, when I had the full 500 shares in the simulator, I was up $772. Okay, that was the max P&L. By the time I exited everything, I was up $510 in the simulator. Okay, that's not terrible, but what you wouldn't want to see is you were up $772 and you let it dwindle down to like 100 or 50 or even worse, a loss. So this can tell you, give you a bit of an idea about how good are you managing your exits. Exiting is probably the most difficult part of trading. It's not that hard to buy a stock, but it's wondering, well, when should I sell? When should I sell a portion? When should I sell it all? And that's why you have to have some practice trading. That's why I use the simulator. The simulator, that's exactly why it's there. It's taking our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. So if you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and then you can practice trading, again, using our real-time data. Now, if I didn't exit this trade at the end of the day, then this is how you can practice swing trading. And you can hold on to a stock for there may be a limit, but it's certainly a reasonable length of time that you can hold on to the stock and just practice swing trading. The other one to follow is the distance from the exit price. So what this is telling you now, I'm trying to figure out if this is an average because I got rid of 250 and then 250. Yeah, probably not. Well, anyway, this is if I didn't get out of like a partial, like half and half, if I had exited my entire position at a certain price. So going forward, this is what you can look at, the distance from the exit price. So if you went long a stock, going long, you hope it goes up. Then what you would want to see in this distance from the exit price is a nice big negative number, because that's going to tell you, oh, great, I got out at the right time, as opposed to a big positive number, thinking, I guess I got out too early. This is telling you, from where you exited, so 342. Now at this point, it is 5 cents, 2 cents, but you can see it is a rapidly moving stock. So all I'm really trying to show you is that, these two columns, the max P&L and the distance from the exit price, can start to give you a bit of an idea about how good are your exits. Now, you cannot never expect to get out right at the absolute top penny. Okay. But again, you don't want to watch something that you were way up in turn into, well, certainly not into a loss, but something which you're, haven't made as much as you should have. I'm surprised. I don't think this ever got halted. MNTS. So this was the news yesterday about it. Momentous to provide orbital delivery service or ride space. Okay, but let's face it, the real news. Here's the news: 1.8 million in the float. That's the real news. Okay, that's the why. That's the why. Because that news, maybe it's good. I don't know. I'm not really gonna try to analyze how good it is. But with that float, and remember what the float is all about. Float is the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. So when you take a stock like Apple, okay, so look at the float of Apple, 15.62 billion. That is not the number of shares outstanding, though. The number of shares outstanding for Apple will be more than that. So what you do to get to that float is you start subtracting what the big mutual funds own, and of course, Apple will be owned by many, many funds, what the C-suiters, the CEO, the COO, et cetera, what they all own, because those shares are not traded on a daily basis. So you start taking, the shares outstanding and you start subtracting, and that gets you to the float. But that's why Apple, with 15 billion in the float, typically, you're not going to have gigantic percentage moves. So something like that MNTS that has a low float of 1.81 million compared to Apple's, 1.5 billion, whatever I said, 2.5 billion. I mean, that's why that stock like this can go up 94%. So the next question probably from you is, well, what do I consider a low float? Well, in my mind, anything under 20 million is a low float. But of course, what we're seeing is that, for something to move up 95 or 100%, the lower that number, the better. Okay. Just think of the float as the supply of the stock. How much supply is there versus demand? So it's like any other commodity on earth. High demand, low supply, price goes up. I mean, it's that simple. If all of a sudden milk became a huge shortage and people wanted it, they still needed it, you'd see the price of milk, quadruple, quintuple. But just remember that once the demand dries up with that float, the stock can sink so quickly. And that's why, I always say to people that if you're going to get into a low float stock, you cannot wander away from your computer literally for seconds, because something like this can happen in a second. Okay. So you have to be on top of, if you're in a low float stock, you have to be on top of it. Just give me a moment, please. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay. And I don't do that, Marius. I don't have hotkeys or anything like that. I don't have it automated. I never do that because I'm always going to want to see, check on the alert when I get it, check the chart. I don't mind if I lose 5 cents in something that's moving, even 10 cents. If I think, the stock that has such a low float, I mean, it can, tack on a dollar or two just like that. So I don't get hung up on not getting in right at the time of the alert. Never. Sometimes you get the alert and the stock pulls back a bit and then it pops through the alert price. But listen, you trade the way you want to, okay? Well, I guess I missed. Well, of course, this is probably moving, yeah, with the market. We were talking about this one earlier. This is the daily reversal scan. There's the SHLS. The alert happened at 10:30. You had all sorts of time. Now, the market is really helping, this happen, of course. But you get the alert at 17:18. It's at 16:65 right now with still room to go. It wants to until it hits that next low. Well, I got to hand it to AMC. I know you probably, I don't know if you took a loss on it, Shady. I know you had your stop. I know it was below your stop, tank with the market, but good resiliency. So you may have got out where you bought it and now maybe you're back in. I don't know, but definitely pretty good resiliency, AMC. Boy, this market. How do I determine my stop? Let's say it's like MNTS. Let's take a look at MNTS as an example. So there was my there was my entry just a little bit above that. So there is my stop, okay, 253, 253. So I had, for me, I had a fairly wide stop for a fit for a cheap stock. But you can see typically what I do for stops is I look at a 15-minute chart and I see where there's some what I consider could be some support. And so that's what I do. Okay. Sometimes though, if I take a stock that's just over the whole number, maybe 8 or 9 cents over a whole number, because I'm playing a whole number break, I'll put my stop at the whole number. You know, stops are very personal. I mean, you have to, I just have a lot of my stops are a little bit feel, okay, because what I see is what I see as potential support. Somebody else might look at that, go, nope, I don't agree. And that's fine. Okay. So when I in this one, so that was about a say a 14-cent stop or so. So I had to have a reasonable expectation of making 28 cents on that trade. Okay. And I thought I did. Why? 14 cents, risking 14 to make 28 as a one for two risk reward. And obviously it went way more than that. Boy, there's just a big, big, big sell off. As I've said before, if I were starting out trading though, because putting the stop it can be very subjective. So what I might do is put a stop at the low of the previous 5 minute candle. So assuming your setup is what you're trying to practice, you might want to put your stop at the low of the previous 5 minute candle, maybe the low of the previous 15, and practice doing that. The reason why is that that's a defined number. There's no guesswork. Okay. Whereas, is this support? Is this not support? And not that the low of the 5 minute or the fifth or the low of the 50 minute is absolutely support, of course, but at least it's a defined number. You don't have to, sort of hunt around on a chart to sort of say, I wonder if that is a support area. Man, what a sell-off. Well, this is the time not to play a bounce, of course. Oh, Denver, when I started reading that, I thought it was you were I thought it was something about asteroids maybe hitting the Earth, like these disaster movies. When I started reading this, I thought, oh, okay, maybe that's why the market's going down. All right, guys. Um, I'm just waiting to see if this market can stop. Yeah, so look, well, guys, look at this one. I mean, this has a potential. I mean, you're sort of trying to play a bounce, but again, this is such a low float. It's not really affected by what the market's doing. This is a reversal play. It took out yesterday's high. So this was down big yesterday, even though that candle is green, but it was down big yesterday. And we got a shot to. So let's just do some just for fun, okay? We'll talk a little bit about risk management and all. So I'm going to take 500 shares of this. This is in the simulator. Buy it. It's a tough spread. I don't care. I'll just do it anyway. Okay, got in at 266. I'm going to put my stop at 24. Oops. I'm going to put my stop at 246. I'm going to explain why. So you'll see on the chart there's a negative. There's a red line that says approximately minus 100. So I'm going to try to do this fairly quickly because this could really come right back down. But anyway, so the way I trade, again, I have a checklist. Everything has to be checked before I take the trade. Most of the things are already checked. In other words, I'm not going to see something outside of the price range I like, the minimum volume that I need, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why the next thing I do, of course, is click on the alert. I check to see whether or not a stock has enough room to run. So where I'm going to put my stop. If I put my stop on this one 20 cents away, does it have a reasonable expectation of tacking on 40 cents? Sure. Look up here. Okay, so I mean, in theory, it could run to 380 before it hits the next high. But again, this is for demonstration purposes. So it met all the requirements. So I'll take the trade, and I put the stop 20 cents away just to make the math super simple. Because the next step of trading is, well, how much how much you're going to risk on the trade? Risking meaning if it goes against you, how much are you willing to lose on the trade? And that's the stop, of course. So in this case, I put the stop at 246. I wanted to put it 20 cents away, again, to make the math easy. And that's why it says minus 100. Because taking 500 shares, if I lose out at a 20-cent stop, 500 times 20 cents equals a $100 loss. It's funny how many people think, well, wait a minute, no, you're risking actually 500 shares times 266 over $1,000. No, you're not. I mean, yes, if you let it go to zero, but that's crazy. So your risk, you have to, and that's why you have to figure out a method of your own to figure out where you're going to put a stop. So the next step then is, okay, I risk the same amount per trade approximately. So in other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 to the next, 50 the next. So in the simulator, I like to demonstrate a risk of $100 a trade. That's why I took 500 shares to make this math super simple. But really, it's not that my risk is 20 cents a trade every trade. It's going to be dictated by where I get in and where I put my stop. And again, that's why I wanted to make the math easy. So I entered at 266 and I put my stop at 246, 20 cents away. But that's not going to be my stop every time. Sometimes the stop might be 10 cents away, it could be 15 cents away, it could be 25 cents away. And that'll dictate how many shares I take. Now, you can create an Excel spreadsheet to kind of quickly determine how many shares you're going to take by putting your entry and your exit or your stop. It'll subtract, of course, and then it'll take if you know how to run Excel, it'll look at the cell that you've got, your risk, your what you want to risk every trade, and then that'll determine how many shares you take. I mean, I don't know there's a lot to this, but that's why you've got to practice trading. So if you agree with all that, if you think that's a good way to trade, fine. The next step is to obey your stop. Now, first of all, that's why you should practice in a simulator. If you can't make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money trading your live account. Now, the simulator, of course, does not take into account some slippage that might happen if you're trading live, and maybe commissions if you have any. So, even if you can make money in a simulator, doesn't necessarily mean you can make money trading live. But I can almost guarantee if you can't make money in a simulator when there's no emotion attached, Okay, you can just watch this P&L. Oh well, I take a loss, I just flatten it, I lose. Oh well, it's just play money. Sometimes though, when you start trading, even if you've been able to make money in the simulator, sometimes it's really difficult to obey your stop. You get into a trade and it might even have some news. Okay, some good news associated with it. News is not one reason why I take a trade. I treat it like a bonus. That's all. And so you get into a trade and all of a sudden it starts coming down into your stop and you just don't want to believe that. You think, well, maybe I put my stop too tight, because this has got to come back. The news is too good. The room is talking about it. Everything on the chart looks good. But just because everything lines up well doesn't mean it's going to work. So you allow that $100 loss turn into two, three, four, $500 loss until you finally get out and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. And unfortunately, what that can lead to is revenge trading. You're really upset with yourself. So instead of risking $100 on the next trade, you risk 600 because you want to make back the 500 you lost, plus make the extra 100. So now you're up. Again, that does it may not work. It might work, but if it doesn't, now you're down 1100. So anyway, the thing is obey your stop. Now, almost as worse though is not obeying your stop and then having it does come back. And now you're up a couple $100 and you're thinking, wow, I'm so glad I didn't obey your stop. And of course that can happen. All I'm saying is that if you want to remain, in this trading in trading game, whatever you want to call it, money management is so critical. And so obeying your stop, in my opinion, is one of the most important things that you can do. You can always get back into a trade. You get stopped out, maybe it turns around. Like for all maybe you were in a trade, okay, that kind of follows the market a little bit, and you got into the trade when the SPY was doing this. Then all of a sudden this happened. You can't control that. You just cannot control that. So do the wise thing and get out. Maybe it sets up later on. But manage big thing about trading is managing your risk. Trade commissions are so cheap now that not getting out of a trade because, well, I got to pay the commission. That's not an excuse anymore the way it used to be 10 15 years ago. So there's my soapbox, guys. I'll get off that, and just practice trading. I downloaded the scans that I share from the room. Oh, no, 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 don't download. I keep saying that. You know what, I'm going to get rid of everything. I'm going to get rid of all these. The only one I'm not going to get rid of is my 4 rules for swing trading. I forgot it's even there. Just give me a moment, okay? I forgot it's even there. So what you should do is go to my homepage, okay? They're all there on my homepage. The reason I do it this way now is because my homepage has more information on it. So I kind of, think of it as my central repository of information, including the scans that I'm sharing. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. And then if you just scroll down until this section right there, my scans. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. So I've just deleted that now. Nice on the AMC. That is a great resilient, not caring what the market's doing, really. Really good. I might as well go over my homepage. I usually do one last look at it before I shut down. So if you click on my homepage link, give me a moment. No, it does not. Pre-market and post-market does not count as the high of the day. I think that's very typical. Okay, I don't think Usually, the reason being is that you can get some wild, crazy spike high in the pre-market, maybe on one share. I'll just make I'll exaggerate it. And so that'd be crazy to call that, use that as the high of the day. So it's only market hours, 9:30 to 4 o'clock for the high and low of the day. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, again, here's how you can take out a subscription. You can use this promo code Barry15 for 15% off the first month. Only if you want to take out a yearly subscription, I can give you a better promo code of 25%. Just have to let me know. And again, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use that promo code. Please save my homepage link. We want to keep the room free, and that's how we do it. This is a free room, but of course, there's a cost to maintaining this room. So the more people use my promo code, the better it is for the room, keeping it free. Okay. They're getting started. 10 short videos. You must do this to start. Run through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows. Okay. Very important that you do that. It's a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. If you're new to trading, here's a series of videos you can look at. It's all free. I do a stock of the day video, free, of course. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens Monday mornings. It is free. If you do sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it in your email, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the education section right here. Here's the guide. A lot more information is in the guide, more detailed information, about alert windows and top list windows, price alerts, stock racing. And again, here are my scans. So again, if you want my scans, here they are. Excuse me. And as always, if you have questions, don't be shy. And I thank you for bringing that to my attention. I now have deleted. I've deleted that. In the old days when I didn't have a homepage that I could direct people to. I think it's pretty common, Dan. I mean, Shady can answer the question, but I think it's pretty common. I'm not a big swing trader, but a lot of people will have a swing trade. That's their core position. And then they'll trade around it on an intraday basis, but hold their core position. Well, not everybody does that. Not everybody does that. It depends on the size of your core position, of course. But well, swing trading in this market is awfully hard. Okay. I mean, it's awfully hard. We've got the majority of the guys that trade ideas are swing traders. And, they're basically in cash. But this is more of a story stock, okay? I mean, if you're, following what's happening with Taylor Swift and excuse me, and the concert that she did a few weeks ago. So now it's being released, limited to release, I guess, in some theaters today. Not just AMC theaters, but wait, the other one, CNK, not CNK, CNK, Cineplex or Cinemax or Cine something, Cinemark. But it is not. But AMC is the main driver, and then it gets fully released tomorrow, and with follow-up concerts with Beyonce, and also, I mean, there's a good story behind AMC. And again, Dan, it can only become easier. I mean, the market's been it's been so choppy, in this SPY range. I mean, the problem is that you're not getting. I mean, probably from here, swing trading was a lot easier. Okay, when the SPY was doing something like this, you were getting more of a trend in a lot of stocks. But in the last couple of months, exactly. When I take my break between 12 and 1, Andy and Steve Andy and Steve and Michael, of course, they are big swing traders. So 3 out of 5. Chris is sort of a bit of a hybrid. He'd rather just be a swing trader, but he's had to resort to some day trading. And Jamie is the supreme scalper. So, but those are the 5 traders that take over for me Monday to Friday between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. And they'll say all the same thing. So it's not like there's some magic scan that, well, just try this or do this. Is it really not? All right, guys. What time is it now? Wow, it's been a fast day. Definitely exciting. And now we're having a bit of a bounce. So now we're probably getting a few little bounces, okay, with this market. Probably a few little bounces. BYSI, I haven't seen that one for a long time. BYSI. Oh yeah, Beyond Spring. Beyond Spring. Yeah, remember these days? Excuse me, weeks. I remember this, yes. Came from 50 cents, got up to $3 in a couple of weeks, less than a couple of weeks. And then of course collapsed. Not a crazy low float, 23 million in the float, three times normal volume. Okay, guys. So as William, I think you said you'll keep this room open until 4 today. Or I can't remember. Did I ask the question? I will. Okay. No, I will. You will. Okay, guys. So I typically take off right around 3 o'clock. I always say later there are some questions, but the room will remain open. Um, William will keep it open until 4 o'clock. No screen sharing, nobody on the mic, but you can still talk amongst yourselves. And for the YouTubers, I'll put the trading room link into the room. So if you want, you can head over to the main room if you still want to talk about trading. Now, tomorrow is the start of the big banks. I'm sorry, I guess, wait a minute, is it today or tomorrow morning before the market opens? Yeah, pre-market. Okay, so some of the big banks open tomorrow morning. Earnings reports tomorrow morning before the market opens. JP Morgan, Citibank, I think, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs is next week. So tomorrow and next week, all the major banks will release. I don't really care about them other than seeing how this XLF gets affected. I don't trade them, but XLF, there's the ETF. So obviously, if some of the banks can come in with good earnings and all that, we might get above the 200-day moving average. And then a week after that, maybe even 2 weeks after that, is when I start getting excited about earnings releases. I don't care about the big guys. And that doesn't mean you shouldn't. Okay. I'm just talking personally. I like the stocks that are, I call them mid, like the sort of the second, third, fourth rung stocks. That the second rung stocks are probably talked about, but then you start getting into these stocks that are a little more obscure. You don't really hear about them too much, but the day they have earnings, they can go crazy, either up or down. And those are the ones I like to focus on because they can give us the biggest percentage moves. But that's just me. And that'll run for about a month. And then you'll see, for instance, let me just bring up my this is what I use in the pre-market. Now this is still running, but this is what I look at in the pre-market up until 9:30. Okay. But if you notice, I've got an earnings date column right here. Okay. If I scroll down through this, Caro is another one. I'm just looking, well, I tell you what, I'll sort on it. Then I can zero in. Okay. Anything that says 0.25 means they released earnings during market hours. I'm sorry, before the market opened. And if it says minus 0.25 means they released after hours yesterday. Very, very small list. 1.25 is in the future, minus 1.25 is in the past. Okay, I don't care about that. But look at the list. I'll do the same thing. These are the ones that are up. And I'll sort on the earnings date column on the way down. So these are the two, CMC and Infi. Now, when we get into earnings season, this list will be, this column will be full. Absolutely full. And that'll be full for probably a good solid month. Okay. And that is what I'll concentrate on more than these crazy ones. Okay. When we get into earnings season, I tend to concentrate more on the earnings plays than on the crazy ones. Doesn't mean I won't take a crazy one, but there's just so much happening with the earnings releases of companies that, to me, and they're a little more orderly than trying to chase these low floaters. And I am sharing these two scans right there, or top lists. Excuse me. Okay, guys. So 2:43. So I have another 15 minutes or so. Any other questions? Any questions coming in? Morph doing, yeah. So wow, it actually did trigger. It did actually trigger, but then the market took over. So this is a stock that absolutely followed the market, and it's still moving down, even though the market's putting a little pop. But it really followed what the market was doing. So there's another good example. I missed this one. I probably would have taken this trade. What time did that happen? Yeah, 12:45. So it was on my break. Okay. And I guess it must have popped up with my price alert screen, but I just sort of missed it. I probably would have taken this trade. And always have a stop, of course. But then look what happened. The market affected it. And you can't plan for that. You cannot plan. All you can do is plan to have a stop and get out, and don't think, oh well, it'll come back. I'm going to reset this alert because maybe tomorrow, if the market doesn't do this. Now, I'm not suggesting you would swing something like this, but if in fact, you're looking at swings. I mean, look at the consolidation of this one and the big drop. What if all of a sudden it did have some news, some pretty good news, and it broke out of here? You could look at this and say, okay, yeah, it had horrible news here, but it's pumping out some decent news now. So maybe it's got room to run, and you put your stop probably at the low of 2095 or something, the low right here. I'm not saying to do it with this one. I'm just saying in general, if you saw something look like this and it popped and you saw and it had some news that you thought, okay, this maybe is some news that could sustain it. All right, guys. Oh, in my real no, I did not go long SMX in my real account. Okay. I was just using it as a demonstration, Frank. Okay. I just want to do my money management talk. I picked this one because relatively cheap. Yeah, so it was just an example. I might even keep it though in the simulator just to see what might happen tomorrow. It hasn't now. Remember, if you're swing trading, and I'm sure Shady will say the same thing, you have to have a far wider stop. Because if you're swing trading, intraday trading, you'll have tighter stops generally than if you were swing trading. So, for instance, if I were on this one, the morph, had I taken the trade, right up here, my stop probably would have been, see up here, 24.82, 24.82. Yeah, my stop would have probably been, around 24.25-ish in that level right there. But if I were swing trading, it would be way down here. So you're taking fewer shares when you're swing trading because you're going to have a wider stop. Because the way I trade anyway, if I were swing trading, I'm still risking the same amount. In other words, I'm not going to say, well, God, my swing trades, I'm risking $1,000 a trade, and my day trades, I'm risking 100. At least that's the way I would do it. What's not true? We always have a stop, right? It doesn't matter what your entry is. I don't, are you talking to me or JD or somebody else? All right, guys, 250. Ah, the better, the bitter better. Man, remember this one? This is the one that I thought was going to make my fortune. BTTR. Now, it would have if I had sunk everything I own at 17 cents and now it's at 50 cents. I do get that. Oh, was it better? Oh, okay. It wasn't bitter. It was, oh, you're right. It was. Yeah, I have them mixed up. You're absolutely right. Well, look at this one. Anyway, what is happening? Well, I doubt those. Come on, Shady. You can't tell me that if you're swing trading, you'll have like a 5 cent stop. I mean, okay, maybe you do that, but I mean, I think the typical swing trader will have a wider stop, in my opinion. But I don't want to argue with you. Okay, what is better doing? This is the one I was going to make my fortune on. Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at BTTR. Announces a partnership with, okay, AIM Pet Health to develop a GLP-1 supplement for its Halo brand. I know Halo, to combat obesity in dogs and cats. Okay. Now, Halo is definitely sold in a pet store that I buy food. Well, let's see where this will open, potentially open. So no big clue. 50 cents, 50 cents. So no big clue. Okay, guys. Another 5 minutes or so. I'll probably stick around just see where this thing opens. This better choice, BTTR. Just stick around to see where this thing opens. If it's a 5 minute halt, this will open in 256 plus 30 seconds. So in a little over 30 seconds from now, if it's going to be a 5 minute halt. It's open. Where did it open? BTTR, where did it open? Okay, basically it'll open right on the halt. So it really didn't pop up. What's the float? 15 million in the float. So it's a low float situation. Okay, Shady, you know what? I'm just saying typically, okay? You're picking on something, that typically. But if you disagree, that's fine. All I know is that what Michael Noss and the other swing traders do, they might put a stop at the low of the day, which is, wow, look at this thing go, guys, which is not typically what you would do well, I wouldn't anyway, on a day trade, depending on where that low is. But anyway, I don't want to argue with you. Let's see. This could be interesting tomorrow. This could be interesting tomorrow based on that news. It's a fairly low float, 15 million in the float. Okay, so coffee, it wasn't an alert. It was my price alert. Okay, I talked about that earlier. So I had put a price alert here for Morph. I think right around 24.36. So I think I put a price alert around 24.50. Okay. I was just saying because this is just something that had been on my radar, obviously since these 2 days. So it was on my radar, and I put a price alert earlier. I can't remember what day it was, just to see if it ever would break out of this area. That's all. So it wasn't a scan; it was a price alert. All right, guys, 2:59. Any other questions? But this certainly got affected by the market. You can see exactly when this started moving down. Right there, there's that big 1 o'clock. Well, actually, it started moving down a little bit before that, but certainly the market moving down didn't help it. Of course, it depends on your entry. Of course. Okay, you're right, Shady. You are right. I don't know why you have to be so darn argumentative. I mean, all I was saying is that typically the people I talk to about swing trading, normally they will put a wider stop on if it's a swing trade in order to give it some room, in case you get the volatility, than on a day trade. But look, you want to be right, you're right. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm out of here now. So William will keep the room open. This is the YouTube link, guys, all right, I put 2 links in there. Okay, so those of you who are in YouTube, there's the link to go into the main room. Okay, if you want to head over there, it'll be open till 4. Thanks a lot again for all the help today, guys. Another exciting day. And I'll open the room. The main room will be open no later than 8 o'clock Eastern time. I won't be on the mic until 9 and sharing my screen at 9. Okay, so we'll see you tomorrow. Have a great evening. So I'm putting myself on mute now and the screen sharing will go.